For our keynote speakers, it is an honor for me to welcome Dr. Hossein Mesmi, Director, Islamic Banking Department, Central Bank of Iran. Sir, please join us on stage. Now, I would request Dr. Rasool Khansari, Head of Islamic Finance Department at Imam Sadiq University and Head of Research Committee at IAIF Iran. Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward with the session, now I invite our esteemed presenters to please come forward and take their designated seats. Mr. Abdul Ibrahim from Department of Economics, Nasarawa State University, Kefi, Nigeria. Mr. Lukman Hakim from University Muhammadiyah, Surakarta, Indonesia. Sir, please join us on stage. As per the decorum of the session, we will request keynote speakers to complete your address within 12 minutes and presenters within 8 minutes. The audience will have a chance to interact with the presenters in question and answer sessions. To formally begin our session, I invite Dr. Hossein Mesmi to deliver his keynote address. Sir, please, podium is yours, sir.
Works. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين وصحبه المنتجبين. Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. Very good mornings and greetings to you all. This is an honor for me to be here and present my paper to you. First of all, my special thanks will go directly to Minhaj University of Lahore for conducting such an international endeavor and inviting. I am Hossein Meisami, Director of Islamic Banking Department at Central Bank of Iran. Actually, as you know, Iran, my beloved country, is one of the leaders in the field of Islamic economics and finance. It has started actually its banking according to Sharia in 1983, and hence we can consider Iran as one of the leaders and pioneers in the field. We have 4 decades of experience, and actually because of sanctions and some problems, you are all aware of that, we did not have enough chance to write in English language and to present internationally, and because of that, international era knows very little about the Iranian experience regarding the fact that we are conducting Islamic banking in a nationwide Islamic country, Iran, with around 90 million population. We have 30 full-fledged Islamic banks in Iran. No room for conventional banking. It means that all branches in Iran are supposed to be Sharia compliant. I told you that we have 30 full-fledged Islamic banks with about 30,000 actually Islamic branches. Around 400,000 Islamic bankers are working in this system. So as you see, it is very important to understand how big this system is. And when you are conducting Islamic banking in a nationwide, you will face with macro level issues, right? And this is important to understand this correctly. Different actually issues are related hence to our system. In a dual banking system, mostly you can focus on commercial Islamic banking, but in a nationwide system, you should focus on Islamic central banking over and above Islamic conventional, Islamic commercial banking, because central banks shall conduct its monetary policy in all the system, and that's why we have come up with some solutions about Islamic repo, Islamic actually sukuk for monetary policy, liquidity management, financing real sector of economy, value chain, and things like that. Today, I want to talk a little bit about the role of AI, artificial intelligence, in implementing Islamic banking, and how this can help a Sharia Council of Central Bank of Iran. It is a practical paper in my view. You know that in Iran we have one Sharia high level at central bank level. It is a Sharia Council. Its fatwas are actually the fatwas of this council are mandatory for all the banking system. In Iran, central bank supervises the banking system, and the exchange market is supervised with another actually body. So we focus on banking system. So the fatwas of the Sharia Council of Central Bank are mandatory for all the banks. It is not optional. It is not advisory or things like that. It is mandatory. The banks should actually do act based on these fatwas. In each bank, we have one Sharia supervisor, right? Unlike other Islamic countries that each bank has its own Sharia council. For example, Mizan Bank of Pakistan has its own Sharia council. In Iran, the story is different. In each bank, we have one person as Sharia supervisor. Because our system is a bit different, we do a kind of top-down system. It is a governmental activity. So our system goes this way: a Sharia council at central bank, and in each bank we have one Sharia supervisor. Altogether, we have 30 banks, so we have 30 Sharia supervisors, right? This is the structure of actually Sharia framework or Sharia governance in Iran. Let me go briefly over my presentation to make use of my time wisely. You are all familiar with AI and its importance. It is a new technology. In Iran, actually, many people are using AI for their activities and things like that. So we try in this research to answer two questions. What are these two questions? What is the role of AI in implementing Islamic banking? It is the general umbrella of my presentation. And the second, what are its main practical capabilities in realizing Sharia Council resolutions? It means that suppose you are a Sharia supervisor at one of the banks in Iran, just like Mr. Khansari, Dr. Khansari, which is one of our Sharia supervisors in Karafarin Bank, and he is one of our best supervisors in the banking system. Suppose you are our supervisors. How you can use AI in your everyday job, and how AI can help you in actually strengthening Sharia compliance in your bank. This is the question, and we should think about the ways this can help. Definition of Islamic banking, I'm sure you are all familiar with that. The pillars of Islamic bankings, here we have banking justice, ethical banking, economic freedom, within defined limits, connection between monetary and real economy, and compliance with Sharia. Yesterday we had a panel about rhetoric, right? How rhetoric is Islamic banking. As you see here, these are, in our view, pillars of Islamic banking. You know, Martyr Sadr, in his book Al-Bank al-Larabawi fil-Islam, Muhammad Baqir Sadr, maybe 1940 or things like that. He has been one of the leaders in the field of Islamic banking and finance, and I suggest all of you to study his book, usually free banking in Islam, Al-Bank al-Larabawi fil-Islam. This is the name of the book. The system of Iranian banking has its roots in this book, and the pillars you can see here are taken from actually Martyr Sadr writings and books and things like that. So in our view, these are the fundamentals. So I told you about the AI, the functions of AI, machine learning, deep learning, computer vision, generative AI, speech processing, reinforcement learning, and things like that. So we have come up with 10 ways AI can help Islamic banking and implementation actually of Sharia Council of Central Bank of Iran. The first one is Sharia supervision and compliance. We believe that AI can be a very good assistant to our Sharia supervisors. In different ways, AI can help them that. We will discuss some of them. Reduction of Sharia risk, managing Sharia risk, human errors, and things like that are the first issue. Contract understanding. One of the challenges that we have in Iran, when a customer comes to an Islamic bank, we should explain the contract to him. What is murabaha, what is musharaka, what is muzaraba, and things like that. This is a challenge in the Iranian banking system. How we explain. The banking customers have different age, right? Different education, different background. AI will help you personalize actually contract understanding. This is very important in our view. You can get the information from the customer, and based of his information, you explain Islamic contracts to him in a personal way. This is important, and we believe that in future we should work on using AI for this sake. Another issue is core banking systems. You know that in the banking system, core banking is very important. All the information and data and actually calculation of profit, principal, fees, and things like that, all of them are done in the core banking, right? But sometimes in the Iranian banking system, there are some problems in the core based on Sharia. The system calculates the profit in a wrong way or in a not accurate way. So it is difficult for our supervisor to go over everything and find the errors. But AI has the ability to actually find challenges in the core banking system based on Sharia issues. We give Sharia rules and fatwa to AI, and then AI goes to the core banking system of the bank and actually calculate the profit and everything based on Sharia. It is important to notice this one. Contract completion is important. You know that, for example, in Murabaha contract, if you don't write the price, what happens? if you study Islamic fiqh or Sharia, when you don't write saman and the price of the murabaha contract, what happens? The contract would all be ruined, right? It would be batil. Why? Because saman is a rukn in the murabaha contract. And after you don't write the saman, the price of the bay is not clear, so the contract would be batil, and then it would be aklul mal bil batil, and then bank cannot get profit, right? This is easy busy, right? So with this very small thing, the contract of murabaha will convert to a void contract. Sometimes it becomes riba, ينقلب العقد إلى القرض. But here AI can help you contract completion. He warns you or things like that, that the contract is not completed well. I will finish in 2 minutes. Continuous monitoring of contract implementation. Suppose you are an Islamic bank, you are a manager of an Islamic bank, right? You want to conduct a musharaka contract based on AOF standard and based on Sharia. There are different stages before signing the contract, when signing the contract, after the contract is signed and the project is implemented, and when we come to exit a strategy, right? These are 4 stages of a musharaka contract. It is very difficult in the Iranian banking system because we use musharaka a lot. Maybe 40% of our financing is based on musharaka. It is unlike Pakistan or Malaysia or Indonesia or other Islamic countries. It is very difficult for us to supervise in these stages. Was this really this money put in the project? How was it going on or not? But here AI can be a hand and helpful thing for actually monitoring the implementation of the especially musharaka or sharika-based contracts. About education, it is very important. We should consider education. I told you 400,000 Islamic bankers are working in the Iranian system. So we need very important program for education. AI can be a helping hand here. Actually, about fatwas, you know that there are different fatwas in between scholars, right? AI can help you gather all fatwas in a standard time. It is important, so fatwa gathering can be another issue here. Profit rate determination, we should consider different profit rates in contracts based on the profile of customer, credit rate of customer, and actually the project. And finally, documentation of Sharia Council proceedings based on the Iranian law, which is recently actually amended, as I told yesterday in my presentation. The Iranian Central Banking Act is changed. 2 years ago, we had a drastic or paradigm shift in our system, and from usually free banking to Islamic banking. This new law is available in PDF format in English language. Any one of you that need this file, please kindly contact me via WhatsApp, and I will share you actually the new Iranian Central Banking Act. In addition, there is a book, Islamic Banking. It is also available. So based on this act, we should come up with conclusions and proceedings of Sharia Council sessions. AI can be helpful here. Conclusion and policy recommendation. To put it in a nutshell, AI will make the future of Islamic banking, in my view, and to conduct Islamic banking in reality, to finance the real sector, not to be considered as only a rhetoric issue. We should use the potentials of AI in implementing Islamic banking. In this paper, I discussed 10 actually different ways AI can help Islamic banking. policy recommendation is that we don't have any standard or regulation for how banks in Iran can use AI in the Islamic banking. So our suggestion is that we should go toward writing a kind of a standard, for example, AOF standards or IFSP standards or things like that, about usage of AI and the challenges here there might be, the risks that are available here, how we can use AI or things like that. This is my policy implication, that we should consider some regulation for the usage of AI in Islamic banking. Again, I am so thankful to all of you.
Thank you so much, sir. Your speech was indeed a testament to your wealth of knowledge and expertise of Islamic finance industry. Moving forward with the session, now I would like to request Mr. Abdul Ibrahim to please present the paper.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Abdul Ibrahim, not Mr. Abdul Ibrahim. So I think there is a mix-up somewhere, but that notwithstanding. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I have my topic before you. It's called an assessment of acceptance rate of digitalization of the couple industry in Nigeria. Now, Takaful, as the name implies, is an Arabic name used in Islamic finance, and it stands for Islamic insurance. Okay, Nigerian insurance company is fully dominated by conventional insurance companies. Not until in 2016 there was establishment of 4 Islamic insurance companies known as Takaful. One is called Nur Takaful Insurance Company. Second is called Takaful Jais Takaful Insurance Company. And then the third one is called Salam Takaful Insurance Company. And the fourth one is called Cornerstone Insurance Company. Now, globally, insurance company, there was a study conducted by Uche Uwaleke that projected the global value of Takaful to be over 97 billion US dollars globally. Now, looking at the value of this globally, we now tend to see how do we apply this into the global value, because the name of Takaful, because it's an Arabic name, so the establishment of 4 Takaful industry in Nigeria, because the name implies Arabic. So there were a series of concern among other faiths, for example, the Christians in Nigeria. So because the name implies it's Arabic, there was no that so much concern of patronage of these Islamic financial products. So now, the 4 insurance companies that were issued with license came up with an idea that how do we market this Islamic finance product? So they come up with digitalization. One of the digitalization platforms they come up with is called the InsurTech. Then they equally use another digitalization platform from Facebook, Instagram, and Facebook, Instagram, and internet platforms. So now, what I want you to understand here is this: the platforms, the 4 platforms they use. InsurTech is a platform that is designated for the policy holders or the market participant of the Takaful products. Facebook, internet, and Instagram, they are social media platforms that helps to promote and propagate about the market, the product, the Islamic finance product. Now, there are issues of concern attached to this, aside from that. Despite the market value that was projected to be over 97 billion US dollars, there are a series of concerns in terms of privacy of application of insurtech, okay, digital divide, data security, and so on and so forth. So on the basis of this, we decide to come up with this study to see how digitalization process of this takaful industry or Islamic financial product, what are the rates of acceptance among Nigerians across these 4 technologies. And our study is basically concerned with how consumers or market participants or the policy holders, how do they engage in terms of their engagement and retention of this Islamic finance product. Now, let's move to, we actually review so many literatures, but because it's a slide, so we captured only 3. Now, we look at it, study conducted by Taksim and Ghazali, 2023, which actually reported the positive attitude of significance acceptance of technology among Malaysians. Then studies conducted by Ahmad et al. 2023 emphasized partnership with firms to leverage on digital distribution and expertise in competing with fintech insurance, and so many others. Now, basically, there are factors that influence digitalization of the takaful industry, particularly in Nigeria. One, the issue of religiosity, the attitudes of the market participants. Now, just like what I have said from the introductory part of the presentation. Now, the Christian felt because the name is an Arabic name called takaful, so that religiosity concern actually affects the volume of market participant, the market participant in subscribing into this vital Islamic finance product, and the attitude, the literacy, that is the level of knowledge in which the market participant have. So you can see the level at which, if this product will, okay, methodology, mix, is it not 10 minutes? This is, this is, okay, methodology. We have actually used a mixed method where we combine both qualitative and quantitative approach, and then we actually use primary data, okay, as well as secondary data. So under the secondary data, we actually administer questionnaire online, and then we're using Google form and the rest. So we have responses from the market participant. Okay, we also conducted interview. So we actually, the sample size of the questionnaire we administered was 250. Then we use a convenient sampling and snubbling. And then the distribution method was actually online. So now data, under that, the data analysis under the methodology that we use descriptive statistics, where we actually look at the trend of this acceptance rate using pie chart and bar chart. Then the respondents are in categories: the policy holders, the insurers, and then the insurance brokers and the regulators. So these 4 components are called the stakeholders in the insurance industry in Nigeria. So these are the technologies that we actually examine. Then the results also. Now you can see from the trend analysis, the insurance stock industry, the takaful industry, the insurtech, which is the actual platform used in digitalization of the takaful industry, it actually, we reported that it has the major market participant, then followed by the Instagram, Facebook, and internet. But the 3, Instagram, Facebook, and internet, basically, they are not actually the platform of insurance, takaful insurance. They are social media handles that we are being used to actually mitigate the issue of religiosity. How do you convince others to know that yes, it's just an Arabic term, but it has market potential as compared to conventional? It's even more acceptable and more friendly than conventional insurance. So now we also, the pie chart has actually captured. You can see the report. InsurTech, which is a major digital platform used, it having 43.4%, followed by Instagram, followed 21.1%, Facebook 19.3%, and then the internet 16.5%. So you can see InsurTech, the three others, which if you can combine the Instagram, the value of Instagram, Facebook, internet, okay, they are more than 50%. So that shows that these three social media handles, they assist significantly in contributing to how market participants can actually participate, can actually subscribe to this noble Islamic finance product. So now, let me be fast. Now, the findings, look at it as reported. InsurTech is the effective digitalization channel for Takapul industry in Nigeria, with other social media handles, like the Instagram, Facebook, and internet, as well as internet. Now, what is the impact of this on the economy? Now, the impact is being captured from our study. One is that it enhances operational efficiency in Takapul operation. It also augments customers' experiences, leading to increase in satisfaction, because there was actually a doubt because of religiosity, because of religious factors. So now this is transparent. You can subscribe on your own from the comfort zone of your house. You subscribe to this product, and then when you return, you see it, you monitor everything on your platform. So also, it also increases customers' loyalty and retention rates. So likely to compel conventional industry insurance companies, customers, or market participants to adopt Takapul industry. So now also we reported some challenges we also identified. Now one of these is Sharia compliance, cybersecurity threats, digital device. So these are the key major challenges we identify. So now, based on this, what are the practical implications of this? We have actually identified three practical implications. One for the customers, one for policymakers, then one for the industry. One is that there is going to be a better understanding of InsurTech as a digital platform for Islamic finance product called Takaful. Then two, policy makers. So the findings of this study, as we reported, is that it is actually going to give a guide in development of better Takaful policies in Nigeria as a policy regulatory framework. Then the last one is it gives the industry or the market players or the stockbrokers, it gives them an informed strategic decision on this using this digital platform. So we come up with these recommendations as follows. Now, one is that there is the need for development of framework to policyholders. Policyholders, these are the market participants. We call them policyholders, those that actually subscribe to the couple industry. So there should be a strategic framework development that will incorporate comprehensively the policyholders. Then two, there is a need for prioritization of InsurTech investment. Okay, operators should focus primarily on InsurTech because, as you can see from the percentage, we have using this, we have 43.4%. So policy based on, based on this, so we should focus, we should prioritize this insurtech. So we can also leverage on other social media handles like the Facebook, the Instagram, and the internet as well in order to promote more of this. We should also address the 3 issues we have identified. Sorry. Is it time? Okay. Okay. We should. We have actually identified 3 issues. Okay. Now these are the issues: Sharia compliance, cyber threat, and digital divides. These are the 3 key issues. So based on this, we recommended that based on this, we recommended that the issue of cyber security, digital divide should be addressed. Then also we should strengthen cyber security issues in order to encourage investment in tech-coupled industry. Sharia compliance issue and regulatory support should also be put in place. Thank you very much.
That was a very thought-provoking presentation. Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim. For an insight into Sharia compliance in Islamic banking, I will now invite to the stage Mr. Luqman Hakim to deliver his paper. Sir, please come to the podium.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man walah. Rabbi syrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli, amma ba'du. Ladies and gentlemen, before I begin, I must confess something that this is my first coming into Pakistan. I was very excited for coming here, not only for presenting my paper in this conference, but also for testing the legendary culinary, yakni we say chai and biryani, isn't it? It's so good. Just now, yes, last night we tasted and very delicious. Actually, we are in winter in Pakistan, isn't it? But I don't know. I feel warm here. I feel warm here. I'm not sure if it's because of my jacket or this may be because of the warmth from the people in this room. It's honor to be here. Miranem Luqmanul Hakim, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Sehe. Kia apne chai pihe? I try to pronounce this. Just want to say meranam and how to drink chai. I try to learn in 15 minutes. It means if I want to deliver my presentation in this morning, all of my presentation, this paper, I have to try study in Urdu in 5 years. But we have no time for waiting me and study Urdu, so that I next to my presentation. Thank you. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the conference committee, to Minhaj University, Lahore. And thank you to all the great presenters for the opportunity to learn from your research, and to all the respected guests and the audience for being here today. Today, I will present our research titled Sharia Compliance in Islamic Banking, a bibliometric analysis of research trend and thematic cluster. Let us begin with the introduction. We have observed a strategic shift in this field. Sharia compliance has evolved from being just a theological requirement into critical driver of financial performance and legitimacy. However, we found a gap in the current literature. Research is often fragmented. Therefore, our objective in this study is to map this intellectual structure and understand how this topic connect over the last decade. Before detailing our methodology, let's briefly review the three key pillars found in the existing literature. The first, governance structure and financial performance. The Sharia Supervisory Board is critical for ensuring adherence and mitigating risk. There is a strong link between compliance and profitability. Ethical practice builds trust and loyalty. And the last, fintech integration. A growing body of work is now focusing on integrating blockchain and e-payment within Sharia framework to attract ethical investor. Our methodology, moving on, we collected data from the Scopus database retrieved in November 2025. We focus on 10 years time frame from 2015 to 2025. After filtering, we selected 294 documents for analysis. To process this data, we use RStudio and also FOSViewer. This chart illustrates the growth of scientific production over time. As you can see, the field has experienced consistent growth, especially starting from 2017. The trend line is clearly moving upward. We project that 2025 will be the most productive year yet, indicating that this is a maturing and increasingly important field of study. Here we identify the most relevant author in this domain. Professor Muhammad Kabir Hassan is the most prolific contributor with the highest number of articles. He is followed by other key researchers like Muhammad Ali and Zainal Ashikin. The diversity of this author shows a healthy and expanding academic community dedicated to this topic. This slide presents an interesting paradox regarding geographical leadership. On the left, we see that you can see that Indonesia dominates the volume, producing over 30% of the global document. However, when we look at the impact, countries like Tunisia and Italy achieve significantly higher average citation. This suggests that while Indonesia leads in quantity, we need to improve our international collaboration to increase the global impact of our research. Our network analysis reveals that the thematic structure of the field, the central node of the bridge is Sharia compliant. I'm sorry, this is not the last of my slide, isn't it? I have give you this. Continue. Okay. I'm sorry for the problem. I will continue my presentation. I sent the update slide, but the monitor not show it. But it's okay. I will explain my future direction from this research. Based on our data, we propose the three directions of future research. The first is beyond traditional banking. We must shift focus toward fintech and cryptocurrencies. And the second, for ethical performance, research should move from static regulation to dynamic social welfare. And the last, global collaboration, specifically for Indonesian and Malaysia researcher, we must leverage international collaboration to boost our citation impact. In conclusion, our study highlights three main points. The first, scientific evolution. The field has matured from the niche topic to the central domain of modern finance. Governance split, there is a clear distinction between religious governance and corporate governance. And the last, for the strategic imperative, the future lies in translating high research volume in high global impact through collaboration. For my closing, thank you very much for your attention. I thank you again to our host, Minhaj University of Lahore, for the wonderful hospitality. And I said in Urdu, Bahut Shukriya. Allah Hafiz. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for sharing the depth of your insights. Thank you, Mr. Luqman Hakim. For our final paper presentation on Malaysian Islamic banking strategic implementation of environment sustainability, I would like to request the technical team to play the recorded presentation of Mr. Ahmed Akram Muhammad Rabi from the International Islamic University, Malaysia.
Academic, scholars, industry players, and also the organizers. My name is Ahmad Akram bin Muhammad Rabi, and today I will present our studies regarding Malaysian Islamic banking strategy implementations of environmental sustainability. So basically, this research aims to examine Malaysian Islamic Bank's commitment to environmental stewardship and sustainability enhancements. And the scope of study will cover the full-fledged Islamic institutions or Islamic banking institutions, Islamic development banks, and Islamic windows in Malaysia. So from this study, we will highlight certain environmental initiatives provided by each sectors of Islamic banks in Malaysia. And also, we also highlight the social impact on how this bank address associated social consequences such as poverty and unemployment crisis in Malaysia. With these, also we are going to address the banking approach on how the Islamic banks in Malaysia position themselves as sustainable financial intermediaries. So this research contributes to provide valuable insight for both Islamic and conventional banking sectors, particularly in Malaysia, as it highlights how strategic initiatives contribute to long-term sustainability and economic stability, and also demonstrate a comprehensive approach to addressing environmental challenges. So to begin with, we are going to cover the historical developments of Islamic banking in Malaysia and how their role now shifting to VBI or value-based intermediations framework, and also moving towards implementing or integrating ESG within the Islamic financial institutions. First of all, we will address that the emergence of Islamic Bank in Malaysia began in 1960s with the establishment of Tabung Haji, and later the first Islamic bank, namely Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad, established in 1983, following the Bumiputera Economic Congress in 1980. And then fast forward now with the climate change response, Bank Negara Malaysia recognized climate risk as key challenges requiring policy developments, research, advocacy, regional collaborations, and also sustainability adoptions. So by doing this, we can see how Islamic banks, or how Bank Negara Malaysia, or the Central Bank of Malaysia, starting to adopt value-based intermediations, enabling the Islamic Bank to contribute positive sustainable impact on economy, community, and environments. There are 4 underpinning trusts, which are entrepreneurial mindsets, community or consumer empowerment, good self-governance, and best conduct. All these trusts embedded in business strategy for shareholders' sustainable returns and long-term interests. Apart from BBI, now we can see how these Islamic banks in Malaysia, they are moving towards integrating of ESG with IFI. So ESG framework serves as a critical driver of long-term success in IFIs. And in Malaysia, Islamic finance naturally aligned with ESG principles, promoting economic concepts, serving broader social and environmental goals, and also empowering robust Sharia governance mechanisms to provide additional ethical governance layer. So from this study, okay, we are now using two phases. Okay, first, document analysis of official records, scientific publications, NGO reports, and financial governance documents from selected institutions. And to make this research more impactful, we did interview sessions with the industry leaders having over 5 years of experience in financial institutions and Islamic climate change finance project. For the finding, we divide the findings into 3 major sectors, okay, to overview how full-fledged Islamic banks response, Islamic development banks, and Islamic Windows approach in dealing with these environmental stewardships. First, the finding that we found is the core motivations for the full-fledged Islamic banks. Ethical obligations, okay, rooted in Islamic principle become the core and become the foundational pillar of this movement. For the Islamic development banks, the respondents say that because of the leadership support and also maqasid Sharia requirements, these are the elements emphasizing preservations. These are emphasizing Islamic Development Bank to integrate environmental stewardships into their institutions, particularly for preservations of life and environment. However, we found that for Islamic Windows, because of the parent company is conventional, so they are just following the idea given or led by the conventional or by the parent company. And the second findings, we found that for the green finance product, for the full-fledged Islamic banks, there are green sukuk, wakaf-based financings, ESG integrations, and expanded takaful offerings from these segments. For the Islamic Development Bank, they are now empowering society with the environmental saving accounts, and there are 3 pillar agricultural financings to empower paddy sector, food productions, and rural developments. Meanwhile, for the Islamic Windows, no Sharia complying green products, and they are operating under conventional divisions. In terms of governance and risk assessments, for the full-fledged and development banks, a multi-layered Sharia oversight has been introduced. And of course, as we mentioned, because they are regulated by BNM, they are now focusing on implementing BBI and ESG credit assessments. And not to forget, okay, the full-fledged Islamic banks also implement climate change and principle-based taxonomy framework, and also empowering more collaborative Sharia and ESG teams to develop green products or green financing product. For the Islamic Windows, since they are relying on conventional sectors, so the study found that there are lacking environmental risk framework provided by this segment. And despite the excellent achievements, there are certain key challenges addressed by this study. So the common issues is regulatory vacuums for Islamic green financing guidelines, and there are a need for stakeholder awareness and also balancing developments with environmental protections. For the Islamic development banks, because this product is having high monitoring costs, so it seems that it's hard for them to implement it as a collective movement. And also, they found that it is hard to gain data collections, especially from the rural customers, as social acceptance among underserved groups remain low. For Islamic Windows, there are non-engagements or even strategic planning deficiencies and underdeveloped capabilities. Okay, the study also addressed Islamic banks in Malaysia always looking forward to empower this strategy. First, by adopting new technology in financial institutions, and also they put some of impact measurements to ensure that at least there will be 40% of renewable energy adoptions will be achieved, and they are going to strengthening more institutional collaborations, especially from the international networkings and whatnots. Okay, so what we can conclude here, there are commitments to environmental sustainability, and now Islamic banks in Malaysia, they are shifting towards beyond compliancy, and then also, okay, there are remaining challenges that need to be captured by these institutions, including need for standardized sustainability metrics across the sector, enhanced stakeholder engagement requirements, continued innovations in green financial product necessary. Banking sector must evolve approaches to ensure environmental initiatives remain effective and responsive to emerging climate challenges. So I think that's it from me. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
That was incredibly transformative information and presentation. Thank you. For the closing speech of session, I now invite the distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Rasul Khan Sari, in a big round of applause. So please come to.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Esteemed scholars, distinguished faculty members, and dear students, all the guests, Assalamu alaikum. I want to thank from my friends for their good presentation. It was so fruitful. And at first, I would like to thank from Minhaj University, Lahore, particularly Professor Dr. Hossein Mohyeddin Qadri and his colleagues for arranging this good conference and for his visionary leadership and his commitment to advancing Islamic economics and finance. I want to speak about some topics in AI transformation, in especially relation to the Islamic finance, and some experience in Iranian Islamic banking system, especially in my work. Let me begin with a verse from the Holy Quran that beautifully frames our topic in this session. إن الله يأمركم أن تؤدوا الأمانات إلى أهلها وإذا حكمتم بين الناس أن تحكموا بالعدل. Indeed, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commands you to render trust to whom they are due, and when you judge between people, to judge with justice. This verse reminds us that the knowledge, governance, and financial authority all forms are amana, or trust, that must be exercised with justice, responsibility, and accountability. These principles lie at the very heart of Islamic banking, takaful, and fintech transformation of finance that we are here to discuss today about them. Having spent nearly 15 years working across Islamic banking, Sharia governance, regulation, and financial innovation, I would like to share a practitioner's perspective of where Islamic finance stands today, and more importantly, where it must go next in future. My central argument is simple. The future of Islamic finance lies in the intelligent integration of Sharia governance, ESG principles, and financial technology. First, about Islamic finance, that is in a strategic turning point. Islamic finance has achieved impressive quantitative growth, but recent global developments such as climate risk, technological disruption, ethical concern around AI, and rising regulatory expectations have exposed a deeper question. Is Islamic finance delivering the promised ethical and social value, or merely replicating conventional finance in Sharia-compliant form? This question has moved to the center of global policy discussions, and it's clearly reflected in the evolving standards of AOFI and IFSB. For example, AOFI governance standards, particularly those on Sharia supervisory boards and Sharia review, emphasize that compliance must be institutional, continuous, and independent, not symbolic and without any spirit. But let's talk somehow about Sharia governance as the backbone of the ESG. That I think the Sharia governance can help us to have ESG standards at a high level, because we have the good directions in Islam to help us to extend the ESG standards in our systems. One of the most significant recent development is the convergence between Sharia governance and ESG frameworks. From an Islamic perspective, ESG is not a foreign concept. Environmental responsibility mainly reflects prohibition of harm, that we name it in Islam, la zarara wa la zirar, or social responsibility aligned with justice or adl, and benevolence or ihsan. Governance is rooted in amana and accountability, that we say hisbah in Islam. And this convergence is now increasingly visible in standards and practices like AOFI and IFSB standards. But let's consider technology as an enabler and not a threat. We have both sides, and we should consider both sides, the strengths of technology and the threat. But we have some technologies like fintech, regtech, and subtech that are often perceived as disruptive forces that challenge traditional Sharia oversight. In reality, they can significantly strengthen Sharia governance, as my friend Dr. Meysami said, but if used correctly and in right manner. Fintech enables scalable Islamic financial solutions. For example, digital takaful platforms, as my friend said, smart contracts for trade-based financing, and blockchain-based sukuk. And we had some experience in Iran that I will say about them. RegTech supports automated Sharia screening, real-time compliance monitoring, and ESG data integration. And subtech increasingly encouraged by regulators aligned with IFSB supervisory principles. All of them allow authorities to move from periodic manual supervisory supervision toward continuous data-driven oversight. This evolution is fully consistent with the IFSB's emphasis on proportionality, transparency, and forward-looking supervision that all of are important in Islamic finance context. But let me tell somehow about Iranian experience. Iran provides a distinctive and highly instructive case in the global landscape of Islamic finance. With total banking asset exceeding $400 billion, Iran operates one of the largest fully Islamic banking systems in the world, where all commercial banks, public or private banks, are required to comply with Sharia principles by law. This system-wide implementation has generated valuable lessons, and I want to tell some of them to you in this session. First, Iran's experience demonstrates that formal Islamization alone does not guarantee effective Sharia compliance. Over time, it has become clear that what truly matters is the strength of Sharia governance frameworks, internal controls, and reporting mechanisms. Maybe you have a system and the Islamic banking law, but in reality, it's important in reality what you have and what you practice about Islamic banking operations. The second lesson, despite operating under significant external constraints, including sanctions and limited international integration, Iranian banks have increasingly turned to domestic financial technology solutions to enhance efficiency, transparency, and oversight. This necessity-driven innovation has accelerated digital transformation, particularly in payments, financing processes, and internal compliance system. Let me share a practical example from Karafarin Bank that I'm working as Sharia supervisor. It's a private commercial bank in Iran, and at this bank, we are implementing an online Sharia supervision platform that enables systematic Sharia review of banking operations, digital completion of Sharia compliance checklist, continuous monitoring instead of periodic manual reviews, regular and structured reporting directly to senior management and the board of directors. It's according to make a system-based Sharia governance mechanism in the bank. This approach reflects the spirit of AOF emphasis on ongoing Sharia review and IFSB focus on integrating Sharia governance into the overall corporate governance and risk management. We try to have a Sharia compliance, Sharia governance in the corporate governance of the bank. We try to mix them in an integrated framework and report continuously to the board of directors with a short report every month. More importantly, this system will transform Sharia oversight from a reactive document-based process into a real-time governance function. Looking ahead, we are actively working to enhance this platform through the responsible use of artificial intelligence. Is one of our programs to enhance this system. Our objective is not to eliminate Sharia scholars from the process, but to minimize routine human judgment in repetitive compliance checks, increase speed, consistency, and accuracy. We should allow Sharia experts to focus on higher level reasoning, interpretation, and ethical oversight. If implemented carefully and within a Sharia compliant framework, AI can significantly improve both the quality and credibility of Sharia governance and a development that resonates strongly with emerging discussions on ethical AI regtech and subtech in Islamic finance. Iran experience, therefore, conveys a broader message. In modern Islamic banking, Sharia governance must be digital, data-driven, and forward-looking, while remaining firmly rooted in human ethical responsibility. And the last point I want to talk the way forward. To remain relevant and credible, Islamic finance must move from form-based compliance to purpose-driven finance guided by Sharia principles, or say maqasid sharia. From isolated digital products to integrated fintech, regtech, subtech ecosystems, and from a reactive regulation to proactive Sharia governance aligned with ESG outcomes. But AOF and IFSP standards clearly support this direction, but implementation now rests with institutions, scholars, regulators, and universities such as yours and his good students like you. But for conclusion, I said Islamic banking, takaful, and fintech transformation are not parallel conversations. They are one unified agenda. If Islamic finance aspires to lead global ethical finance, it must govern better, measure impact more honestly, and embrace technology more intelligently. The opportunity is historic and the responsibility is ours. Thank you very much, and I would like thanks again all of you and Minhaj University Lahore. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
The address was indeed both inspiring and enlightening. As we have reached the end of our session, I hand over the podium to Dr. Muhammad Harul Azrin Haj Besar to deliver his concluding remarks. In a big round of applause, I would welcome Dr. Muhammad Harul Azrin. Sir, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wassalam ala anbiya wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thank you for all of you for coming to this session. So this is the fourth technical session, and we are looking at the theme of Islamic banking, takaful, fintech transformation. So we have the opportunity to actually hear three paper presented. But I have reviewed the fourth paper. So beginning with the first paper, so when we look at the first paper, looking at the assessment and acceptance rate of digitalization of the takaful insurance industry in Nigeria. So this article, this paper actually look at how the respective consumers are engaging with the takaful insurance industry, especially to show the respective acceptance on the takaful products in Nigeria. And particularly interesting in this study is that faith, the fear of faith, do mean some role in actually looking at the acceptance of the customers in Nigeria. And it's a good paper to look at what are the respective other obstacles which can actually contribute into the acceptance or non-acceptance of this product by the respective consumers. And this is very helpful, especially not only to the takaful company, but also to the regulators if they want to make sure that the takaful industry flourishes in Nigeria. One of the challenges which is normally faced in different countries is the digital divide, where some access to the net or some access to digital facilities might not be available or is not as steady as yet. And this is normally the same in the respective countries, especially in Muslim countries where we do not have much infrastructure supporting the digital networks. Overall, the paper actually delivered a good recommendation both to the industry and also to the respective takaful operators. The second paper, which is Ethical AI in Finance through the lens of Markets Sharia. Unfortunately, Mr. Faizan Hassan has not been able to deliver it today. So when we look at the paper, he tried to look at how AI and also Maqasid Syariah should be embedded together, not being a parallel run, to show how this can actually contribute into Islamic finance, especially in achieving of the respective Sharia objective. And he put the paper in such a way that he looks at how to align the respective areas with Maqasid Sharia and how AI can actually develop to be integrated and address all of this issue in achieving Maqasid Sharia. However, I would recommend that when we look at the strength of paper, it would be much more interesting if he develop and inform us more on what is the methodology, how did he approach in calculating this data, and actually contribute to the respective conclusion and recommendations that they have. The third paper, which was presented by Brother Luqmanul Hakim. So this is another insight on AI, technology, and the trends. Interestingly, this paper focusing on Sharia compliance, especially in Islamic banking industry, through the respective analysis of research trends and thematic clusters. So he and his co-authors have actually looked at different words and strings to find out what contribute and what is the respective trend of studies in Sharia compliance, especially for the Islamic banking system. And through the study, he highlighted, or they highlighted, that most of the trend actually initially talks about Sharia compliance as a regulatory mechanism. However, the study now have diverged. It now covers not only regulatory adherence, but also looking at what are the respective performance ethical contribution which are required to be followed, especially in looking at Sharia compliance. And I happily say that it's true now with the current information and technology, as what we have heard from our keynote speakers. Sharia compliance is now putting to some other directions by using and utilizing technology. And this is what has been shown in the trend, where the current studies on Sharia compliance, especially in Islamic banking, is looking at technological integration of how this Sharia compliance can be embedded by the respective technological platform. And that was quite insightful observation, especially looking at where these articles come from. Yeah. So I agree. Perhaps maybe in the future, more collaboration, international collaboration will show more impact. But basically, all of these papers have shown a good citation and impactful information which has been given to the respective industry. The last paper by Brother Muhammad Ahmad Akram. So he talks about Malaysian Islamic banking strategic implementation, especially looking at its ESG. So he talks about how do Islamic bank in Malaysia, especially, try to embed environmental sustainability in the respective reports that they have. So he mentioned that when we look at the respective institution, in Malaysia is a dual banking system. So they still have Islamic windows and also full-fledged Islamic banks. It seems that the full-fledged Islamic banks and subsidiaries are more active and proactive in communicating environmental sustainability reports as compared to the Islamic windows, which normally writes with the respective parents company. And this is an insightful paper which utilizes the respective documents available from the respective institution. And they do intensive information gathering, especially looking at all of the available public document, which shows that if we were looking to how the current Islamic banking industry wanted to show that they are not just profit-making companies, but are also looking at other environmental and sustainable objective. So they are embedding that into the reports. And this is a good environment or good opportunity for any one of you to look at what are the respective areas where Islamic Bank wanted to indulge, especially to inform the respective users that we are also caring for the environment. And that's basically all review of the 4 papers. And interestingly, I hope most of you benefit from this. It is interesting to further acknowledge that although they cover different areas from Takaful to Islamic banking, the main theme in the usage of information technology is actually highlighted. And I also wish to give my gratitude to our keynote speakers. sharing the experience on how AI have actually evolved and proposed some recommendation. And we have seen throughout this paper, if you were to look at governance, compliance, and reporting, AI actually can help, especially the regulators, the Sharia Supervisory Board, to understand what is happening and actually make good decisions based on this information that they have. And with that, inshallah, I'll be concluding, and I'll thank all of you for listening. I do hope everyone have benefit well from the presentation today. And congratulations to the respective presenters and keynote presenters for insightful knowledge shared during this session. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, sir. Your concluding words have provided remarkable clarity and profound insights. In a big round of applause, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad, co-convener of the conference and Registrar Minhaj University, Lahore, in front of stage to present the appreciation shields. Let's join hands for our keynote speakers and session chairs. I would request Dr. Muhammad Harul Azrin Haj Besar, sir, please join us in front of stage to receive your shield. Dr. Rasool Khan Sari, sir, please join us in front of stage in a big round of applause. Dr. Hussain Mesmi, I would request Dr. Muhammad Harul Azrin Haj Besar, sir, please join us in shield distribution to our esteemed presenters. I would request Mr. Abdul Ibrahim, so please join us in front of stage. Mr. Luqman Hakim, I would like to request the session chair, keynote speakers, and all presenters to please join us in front of stage for commemorative group photograph. I would like to request all the guests and participants to move to the food marquee for the tea break. Main marquee for tea break. We have a short break of 10 minutes.
Islamic Economics, Banking and Finance at Minhaj University, Lahore. On behalf of conference organizers, it is my honor to welcome this esteemed gathering of scholars, policymakers, practitioners, and thought leaders from around the world. We now proceed to the third panel discussion, which revolves around the significant theme of financing resilient Muslim societies, Islamic economics responses to conflict, climate, and inequality. Dear audience, this session addresses one of the most pressing concerns of the time: how Islamic economics and finance can provide ethical, inclusive, and resilient responses to conflict-affected societies. To begin this panel discussion, with great respect, I now invite moderator of the panel discussion, Honorable Dr. Haziq Mohammed, Managing Director, Stellar Consulting Group, Singapore, to take his seat on the stage. Dr. Haziq Mohammed is a globally recognized expert in Islamic finance, sustainability, and strategic advisory. Joining him in the panel would be Dr. Mohammad Zulkhibri Abdul Majid, Senior Economist at Islamic Development Bank, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Zulkhibri brings deep expertise in development economics, financial inclusion, and Islamic social finance. With great respect, I now invite on stage Dr. Rasool Khansari, Head of Islamic Finance Department at Imam Sadiq University. He also works as the Head of Research Committee at Iranian Association of Islamic Finance. Dr. Khansari is a leading scholar in Islamic finance, contributing significantly to theoretical and applied Islamic finance studies. I now invite Professor Dr. Choki Burakba, Dean, Faculty of Economics, Commerce and Management at Sétif University, Algeria. With great respect, I now invite Professor Dr. Mehmet Babajan, Professor at Faculty of Economics, Marmara University, Turkey, and Ms. Khalida Habib, former Executive Director, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, with these eminent scholars and practitioners, we look forward to a rich and insightful discussion. I now hand over this session to the moderator, Honorable Dr. Haziq Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this third session on the second day of the 9th WEFC. It's good to see that the room is full. We have a very good attendance because today we have quite a lineup of speakers on a very important topic, which is financing resilient Muslim societies, Islamic economics responses to conflict, climate, and inequality. So I'll spend the first 5 minutes for each speaker to introduce themselves to you. Maybe they can introduce themselves, their affiliation, their vocation, and then their area of expertise before we go directly into the questions. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Muhammad Zulkhibri. I'm from Islamic Development Bank in Saudi Arabia.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I am Rasool Khansari, Sharia Supervisor at Karofarin Bank and a member of Islamic Finance Department in Imam Sadiq University. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am Professor Shawki Borakba, Professor of Islamic Economics and Finance, and the Dean of Faculty of Economics, Commerce and Management Sciences, City of One University, Algeria. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is Mehmet Babajan. I'm from Istanbul, Turkey, teaching in Marmara University, Department of Economics. Previously served as a member of the Auditing Committee at the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey. And also I served for a 4-year term in the Prime Minister's Office as an advisor. I'm so glad to be here, and I'd like to thank once again to the conference organizers, to our dear host, Minhaj University. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm Khalida Habib, former regulator. I worked with the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan for well around 25 years, which is one of the major regulator, financial sector regulator in Pakistan. spearheading the task to implement Islamic finance within the Islamic Pakistan's financial sector. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. We will definitely have a wealth of experience that we can learn from today. So let's not waste any time and get started with the first question. The first question is posed to Mr. Dr. Zul Hibri. From the experience of multilateral development institutions, since you're from the IDB, what Islamic financing instruments have demonstrated the strongest capacity to address climate vulnerability, post-conflict recovery, and inequality simultaneously, and where do current models fall short?
Thank you, Dr. Aziz, for the interesting question. I think from our experience for the past few years, in terms of engaging with many of Muslim countries, 57 Muslim countries, I think let me give some experience in terms of what we can learn in terms of policy issues and challenges that we are currently facing in this Islamic Muslim country. So first of all, I think in terms of the a small set of Islamic financing instruments have shown some credible real-world capacity to address some climate issues, post-conflict recovery, inequality simultaneously, but the evidence also shows there are clear shortfall in the current model. The first one, I think, in terms of sustainable and resilient sukuk, there is, I think, where we see the strongest result at scale. A clear example is the Indonesia sovereign sukuk, and we also see in Malaysia in terms of sustainability sukuk that has been used to fund transport energy project with explicit social co-benefit, including improved access to lower income community. Second, in terms of takaful, I think takaful, particularly in terms of the agricultural and climate takaful, this is a concrete example is the index-based agricultural takaful scheme for small farmers in climate vulnerable region, supported through MDB technical assistance. This scheme somehow can help farmers recover faster, although after the drought and floods, and stabilizing income, preventing household from falling back into poverty. The third one, in terms of as we know, Islamic social finance, zakat, wakaf, especially in the fragile and post-conflict setting, we see a strong example where zakat, wakaf have financed housing, health services, and livelihood restoration for displaced population in fragile and post-conflict context. This instrument, I believe, are fast, trusted, and socially legitimate. So the gap is structural. Those programs often stop at the relief. Beneficiaries are not systematically linked to scale development, micro-enterprise finance, or longer-term income generation. So the resilience of Islamic social finance in terms of the benefit, in terms of the gain, remain temporary. The fourth one, I think this is my point, in terms of the blended finance, Islamic blended finance backed by MDB's guarantee. So one of the most important lessons from our own operation is that blended structures combining concessional finance, guarantees, and private Islamic capital market can unlock many investment in high-risk environment. This has been particularly relevant for renewable energy infrastructure project in countries that face fiscal stress, limited fiscal capacity, or issue pertaining to post-conflict uncertainties. So these are some of important points, but there are so many other important points. Maybe we can discuss later. So what is the issue? What is the current shortfall? As our moderator has asked, basically the scale of our Islamic finance instrument too small relative to the need. So that is one of the shortfall. Second, the concentration and limited country coverage. Some countries within our Muslim countries, they are well advanced. Some have like 50% more of market shares. Sukuk, many of sukuk have been issued by some of these countries, but the remaining of the countries are still very limited in terms of Islamic finance sector development. The other one is labeling and the impact of gap. Sukuk is often used across broad sustainability objective, not consistently targeted to climate mitigation or adaptation outcome, weaken the climate additionality and comparability. So label is good, theoretical propagation is good, but in terms of the real implementation is still very weak. I think I stop here for a while. Then, inshallah, we try to discuss further. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zulhibri, and congratulations once again for winning the Lifetime Achievement Award. Congratulations. So we'll move on. We'll move on to the second question, which is posed to Dr. Rasul Hansari. In a politically constrained and sanction-affected environments, how can Islamic economic principles be operationalized to maintain social cohesion and economic resilience without relying excessively on state-centric financing? Please.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. First of all, I would like to thank and to express my deeply appreciation to Minhaj University Lahore, particularly Professor Dr. Hussein Muhyiddin Al-Qadri for his visionary guidance and leadership, and his commitment to advancing Islamic finance and advancing scholarship in Islamic economic and finance. The first thing that I want to say is Muslim economies today are navigating a perfect storm: conflict, climate, stress, inequality, fiscal pressure, sanctions, and now, of course, artificial intelligence. That reshaping everything faster than our policy memos can keep up. Islamic economics at its core is not merely a financial system. It's a moral economy, one that emphasizes risk sharing over risk shifting, real economic activity over speculation, and social cohesion over pure efficiency. Yet, in practice, much of Islamic finance has become very good at serving those who already have access. In other words, we perfected Sharia compliance, but sometimes forget social reach. And about the question, my dear friend asked me, I should say it's not a theoretical question for us, a country like us. For countries like Iran, sanctions have not been an abstract policy issue. They have been a structural condition for over a decade. Access to international capital markets has been restricted, fiscal space constrained, and the state has often been overburdened. Yet, interestingly, these constraints also force into institutional creativity, and we can have some lessons from this experience. And one of the main lessons is that resilience does not have to be state-centric. Islamic economic principles were operationalized through community-based financing, hybrid WACF and enterprise models, local risk-sharing mechanisms, and partnership between semi-public institutions and grassroots actors. I want to share a notable example that is the experience of Bunyad Barakat or Baraka Foundation in Iran that operate at the intersection of Islamic social finance, local entrepreneurship, and community empowerment rather than focusing on larger scale top-down financing. Baraka emphasized on micro and meso-level investments, equity participation instead of debt, and local cooperatives, and value chain based financing in agriculture, healthcare, and rural industry. And what is important here is not just what was financed, but how risk was shared. The community has had skin in the game. When you finance with partnership models, all of the community has commitment to repay the financing and his commitment to have a real activity, real process to pay back the incomes. Capital was patient in this model, and returns were measured not only financially but socially. When you only look at the numbers, it not show the complete results. This aligned closely with Islamic economic vision of shared prosperity. I prefer to add my other speech in the next round. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you switch off your mic, please? Definitely, Iran has become a model that other OIC countries can learn from. I've been to Tehran a few years ago, and it's a beautiful, beautiful city, amazing infrastructure. I think you have, developed your own resilience and developed everything from the ground up because of the sanctions. So definitely a nation that has to be admired. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is the esteemed Professor Dr. Shauki Burabaha. And the question posed to him is this: many North African economies face youth unemployment, climate stress, and fiscal pressure. How can Islamic economics contribute to productive employment and regional resilience rather than remain confined to theoretical discourse? Please, Professor.
So thank you so much. Thank you again for Lahore University, which give us this opportunity to share our knowledge, to share our practice and experience from all over the world, even from North African countries, even from Algeria. So thank you so much. Actually, from your question, my professor, that we can conclude that what is the main contribution of Islamic economics in practice in North African countries. So let me answer this question, or my question will be answered in three points. The first one, we can say that Islamic economics generally shifts the focus from debt to production. I think one of the main problems in North Africa is that finance is largely debt-based, risk-averse and disconnected from real job creation. That means banks prefer short-term trade finance and government debt, while young people and small and medium enterprises are excluded. Even now, which we call startup, is also excluded from the financing of banking, especially Islamic banking. Islamic economics, so it offers something different. As you know, it's based, which we call risk-sharing finance. So instruments like musharaka and mudaraba are not just a religious alternative, they are development tools. They allow banks and investors to become partners in productive activity rather than lenders. So this is especially relevant for youth entrepreneurship, agribusiness, digital services, and green startups. Sectors that create jobs but lack collateral. And this is one, I think, the main problem of entrepreneurship and innovation, that they don't have what we call caution or collateral. So we can conclude that the Islamic economics in general, it can, with his tools, finances people and projects, not just balance sheet. The second point of my answer, that Islamic social finance can move from charity to productivity. In North Africa, institutions like Zakat and Waqf already exist, but unfortunately, they are mostly used for short-term relief or symbolic purposes. So Islamic economics asks a different question. How do we transform assistance into capability? Zakat can finance tools, skills, and micro-enterprises instead of early conception. Also, Waqf can be revived as a productive institution, funding vocational training centers, affordable housing, agricultural land, and startup spaces. So historically, Waqf and education, healthcare, and urban employment across the Muslim world, there is no reason it cannot do so again, except institutional inertia. So we can say here that Islamic economics can create a self-financing employment ecosystems, not just permanent dependency. My third answer for the main contribution of Islamic economics on economy of North African countries, it's about that Islamic economics strengthen resilience, especially to climate stress. So climate change is already reshaping North African economies, water scarcity, agricultural volatility, and rural unemployment. So debt-based system transfer climate risk to farmers and small producers. Islamic economics, through risk sharing and asset-based finance, distributes that risk more fairly. So instruments like Green Sukuk can finance renewable energy, water infrastructure, climate-smart agriculture. At the same time, Islamic ethical constraints discourage environmentally destructive investment. In this sense, Islamic economics aligns naturally with sustainability, not as slogan, but as financing logic. So now, what is the real obstacle to Islamic economics contribute to solve those problems? I think the problem is not the absence of Islamic economics tools. The real issue is that Islamic finance is often integrated into conventional system without a development mandate. Waqf and zakat are under-regulated, are over-politicized. Success is measured by financial volume, not by jobs or resilience. So without institutional reform, Islamic economics will remain theoretical, not because it lacks ideas, but because it lacks policy ownership. In conclusion, we can say that Islamic economics should be not presented as an ideological alternative to conventional economics. It should be presented as a complementary development framework. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you for that very detailed summary on youth unemployment, climate stress, and fiscal pressure. I totally agree with you, and I'm sure all the panelists also do. I think Prof. Shawki have shared a lot of ideas that some of you who are doing your postgraduate studies may want to take up and pursue as your own research ideas. Thank you for that. Our next speaker is from Turkey, Dr. Mehmet Babacan. So we'd like to hear from him. Turkey's experience reflects the tension between market integration, geopolitical realignments, and social vulnerability. What lessons can be drawn from designing Islamic economic responses that balance growth, stability, and social justice? Please.
Thank you, dear Chairman, for giving me the opportunity. I'll make a quick introduction with respect to the change or humanly devised or human-conducted change with respect to climate and the possible increase in the probability of occurrence in the natural disasters. Within the Turkish context, and I believe this is true for much of the cross-border or neighboring countries for Turkey, I think this is going to be an increasingly important phenomena. Now, there is an increasing gap between the national security and domestic policy concerns with respect to the ones that are increasingly becoming important at the regional and global level when it comes to climate change. So this is the hardest point to make an introduction, take this first step towards cooperation, at least at the cross-border level. Now, within the Turkish context, I believe we were both challenged in terms of the rising probability of the natural disasters with respect to climate change. In line with the global reports with respect to climate change, we've got the increasing probability of heated weather conditions, excessive number of floods, even some instances of drought, and not to mention the non-humanly devised or conducted occurring natural disasters such as the huge earthquake we had 3 years before now. So all of them actually posing serious challenges with respect to domestic fiscal and monetary policy alignments. But at the end of the day, we all actually face this sort of a challenge with respect to the financing channels. So when the financing channels are already disrupted or just getting into a serious crunch, whether due to the global conditions or the domestic wise, that sort of a climate change induced, natural disaster induced shocks, or the exogenous shocks actually, they've got uneven repercussions across social groups. Now, you can't really manage, I mean, given a country like the size of Turkey, you can't really manage to kind of, reconcile between the weather conditions or the domestic, topography and the geography or the landscape. No. We've got, at least 4 or 5 distinct types of weather conditions, each, resembling different kinds of, climate and seasonal, kind of effect. So, but the thing is, we've got, with various conditions, let's say some regions affected by flood, some regions seriously hit by earthquake, some of them actually just, facing, other kinds of domestic shocks that induce countrywide migration, for instance. That something becomes an immediate task for the financing guys, for the fiscal planners, for the governance bodies to confront with. And obviously, when the repercussions or the impact becomes uneven across social groups, then I believe there's going to be an increasing room for Islamic financing tools to step in. Now, in countries like Turkey, where we've got almost like 90% plus a role for financing, falling onto the shoulders of the conventional banks, in which we've got, a total share of assets for the participation banks, we call them, we name them participation banks, which is below 10%. So there's going to be an excessive room, I guess, in terms of its potential to alleviate such disparities across social groups, especially during times of crisis. Now, what are those tools? And whenever it actually kind of become potentially beneficial in such cases, we've got some hurdles, regulatory challenges in which we are now gradually, step by step, going ahead and completing them and structuring them within the conventional bodies of regulatory authorities already. But it takes some time. And it's been already like a decade now since the Turkish regulatory authorities, with a great impetus by the government, of course, they are trying hard to contemplate the role of Islamic finance, the role of Islamic banking in particular, of course. And even we've got some new governance authorities embedded within the central bank, aligning with the role of the banking regulatory and supervision agency. So at the end of the day, the regulatory challenges, the scaling issues, number of products to be available for those groups that are hit either due to climate change or other induced natural disasters, or even at its natural conditions. Let's say if you've got a city, across Syrian border, Iranian border, which is landlocked, and also it just lacks the necessary, let's say, resources, the human resources, the others. Then finance would have really very low, leverage in such cases. But then obviously you've got to get into it in a direct manner throughout the central bank and other various direct funding channels to alleviate those. I'll talk further on this, taking this a little bit outside the context of climate change and other type of natural disasters. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mehmet. Now it's time to listen to a former regulator with a whole wealth of experience. We are going to invite Ms. Khalida Habib and pose her this question. How can regulators balance innovation in an AI-enabled Islamic finance and impact investment with the need to avoid regulatory arbitrage, greenwashing, and social impact dilution in emerging Muslim markets? Madam, please.
Thank you, Dr. Hasik, for the question. First of all, I would like to say thanks to the leadership and management of Minhaj University for inviting me to give a perspective, a regulatory perspective before the August audience. Coming to the question posed by Dr. Hazik, we as a regulator, we all recognize that AI is reshaping the Islamic finance services by merging ethical principles with cutting-edge technology, addressing long-standing challenges that are present in impact investment and financial inclusion. So regulators in emerging Muslim jurisdictions, they can balance AI-driven innovation in Islamic finance and impact investment by taking certain measures. These include, first and foremost, creating and promoting an AI-enabled Islamic finance and impact investment ecosystem or the environment where certain parameters are already present, like sustainable Sharia-compliant investments are encouraged, where risk related to climate change are managed, and where market participants, they are guided towards environmentally responsible Sharia-compliant practices. Second, the regulator should implement a Sharia-aligned governance framework that promote transparency and ethical oversight while harmonizing standards across emerging Muslim markets. This approach will basically foster growth through tailored AI-enabled Islamic finance policy interventions, considering each emerging jurisdiction's development priorities, their maturity of their financial markets, and climate vulnerabilities that they are facing. When we talk about the governance framework, this is the one which combines technical AI audits with the Sharia supervisory boards, which are equipped for algorithmic review that reconcile technological efficiency with Maqasid al-Sharia and require full disclosures of AI decision-making process so that the investors have a full faith on the system. This dual governance framework, this ensures Sharia alignment and automation of compliance to mitigate inequality. When we come to the products which are specific for the Islamic finance industry, regulators need to redesign climate resilient instruments like Green Sukuk and Takaful with AI optimized ESG screening for climate adaptation, channeling funds to the vulnerable areas via Sharia compliant reinsurance, that is Ritakaful, then Zakah and Waqf, digitization via blockchain, and fostering social resilience, which is aligned with principles of Maqasid al-Sharia. Now the question arises how to prevent arbitrage and greenwashing. For that, regulators need to implement regulatory sandboxes, which are tailored for the Islamic fintech, including the AI enablement, allowing controlled AI testing while standardizing the disclosures aligned with the Sharia. This curbs arbitrage by aligning rules under bodies like IOFE and IFSB, ensuring that the firms, they cannot exploit lax jurisdictions. So clear rules and transparency protect against both greenwashing and diluted social impact. Coming to safeguard against greenwashing, this can be attained through tighter disclosure requirements, verifiable impact reporting using AI analytics for the social and environment outcomes, and robust supervision with deterrent penalty regime for false claims that dilute true Maqasid benefits. For achieving all this, it is very important that the capacity building measures are taken. Capacity building not only for the regulator, but the Sharia supervisory boards and the industry as well, to develop the expertise through mandatory AL Sharia training programs, promote regional collaboration via forums like the Islamic Development Bank, to share best practices and data sets for ethical AI models. If we consider my experiences basically from the regulatory side, so I'll be specifically talking about what the regulators in Pakistan are doing. Both the financial sector regulators in Pakistan, the SECP and the SBP, They are actively trying to strike a balance between AI-enabled innovation in Islamic finance and impact investment on one hand, and preventing regulatory arbitrage, greenwashing, and dilution of social impact on the other hand. What we have already initiated is the establishment of innovation support mechanism with appropriate guardrails, controlled innovation via sandboxes, and AI guidelines to reduce the scope for firms to exploit loopholes or regulatory arbitrage, while still allowing new products to be developed. These sandboxes help the regulators to observe risk and impact before the full-scale launch, reducing regulatory arbitrage while learning from the real use cases rather than reacting after the incident has already taken. For this, regulator also recognized that regular engagement with Sharia scholars, fintech firms, and users, as well as the academia, is important to ensure that innovation in Islamic finance product doesn't simply replicate conventional models, but respect Islamic ethical and legal norms to prevent social impact dilution. If I summarize, and I would urge the administration to take up as the key point to be taken up subsequent to this conference with the respective regulators, there are regulators in Muslim markets should be taking the steps by combining all these steps, starting from the innovation enablement through sandbox and supportive policy measures, clear regulatory standards in the form of laws and guidelines underpinning Islamic principles, and the most important thing is supervisory enforcement. This can foster trustworthy innovation and serves real economic inclusion and social goals. Lastly, I would like to say that regulatory approach, it combines regulation, market development, and awareness building to nurture an AI-driven Islamic finance ecosystem while aligning with international best standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope that you have learned a lot from our esteemed panelists. Unfortunately, I've been told we have run out of time. But the panel sessions are just meant to be an insight for you to the expertise and the experience that each speaker brings. So I would highly encourage you, if you want to listen more to the ideas, to the experiences, to the maybe you have some questions that you want to answer or want to ask the speakers personally, I would encourage you to approach them personally during the break times, or anytime you see them around campus, and have a private conversation with them. I think that would be very productive for your end, whether you are an academic or student or professional. I think definitely there's a lot to learn from them. I have personally learned a lot from speaking to the panelists myself. And thank you for being a very attentive audience today. And I would like your help to show appreciation to the panelists by giving them a rousing round of applause.
Thank you to our panelists and to you, Dr. Hazik. We need more round of applause, please. Now I request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Professor Dr. Khurram Shahzad to present shields to our moderator and panelist of the day. So please join us in the front. Dr. Hazik Mohammed. We need more claps. Dr. Muhammad Zulkifli. Dr. Rasool Khansari. Professor Dr. Choki Barakaba, Professor Dr. Mehmet Babajan, Ms. Khalida Habib, Ms. Khalida Habib, also, I request the dignitaries to present a token of gratitude to Ms. Khalida from Al-Mawakhat. Thank you all. You may please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now observe a lunch and prayer break. Kindly be informed that next session will commence at 1:25 p.m. We request all the participants to be seated.
Crucial topics of prominent fields. At Minhaj University Lahore, we offer numerous financial aid, fee concessions, and scholarships for students. Students are awarded for their outstanding performance based on different religious scholars. Baba Guru Nanak Award, Sir Ganga Ram Award, and Ruth Pafu Award. Join us to unlock your potential and be one of the leading professionals in your field. Minhaj University Lahore, inspiring tomorrow's leaders.
University of Malaya, Malaysia. Dr. Maya Puspa Rahman, she is Associate Dean, Academic Curriculum and Accreditation, School of Graduate and Professional Studies, INSIF University, Malaysia. Ma'am, please join us on stage. Dr. Muhammad Fauzi Abu Hussain, he is Deputy Dean, Research, Innovation and Development, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, University Technology, Malaysia. Sir, please join us on stage. I think most of you didn't have the tea. Over to you, Dr. Abbasi.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Let's start the discussion. Our today's topic for the discussion is Islamic finance, research and teaching in the age of AI, challenges and opportunities. So AI is posing challenges and opportunities in every field nowadays. So Islamic finance is not an exception. And when it comes to research and teaching, almost every field is facing challenges and opportunities. However, we will focus our discussion on Islamic finance, research on Islamic finance. I'll read the integrated question for the panel. Artificial intelligence has long been somehow part of academic research and education. But the emergence of generative AI and LLMs has fundamentally changed how knowledge is accessed, produced, and evaluated. From early GPT versions to the latest frontier LLMs, students increasingly find it easier to obtain explanations, structured arguments, and even research drafts through these tools than through traditional academic interactions. This creates serious challenges around academic integrity, assessment, and learning depth. At the same time, generative AI opens powerful new avenues for rigorous research, enabling rapid prototyping, model testing, simulation, and methodological innovation. And this environment where many Islamic finance, education, and researchers and this environment where many Islamic finance, education, and research provides remain uncertain whether to restrict or integrate generative AI, how should these institutions harness LLMs responsibly so that they can strengthen institutional rigor, ethical reasoning, and policy relevance rather than weaken scholarly standards. In essence, I'll switch actually between English and Urdu for my students, and we will continue our discussions in English because of our international participants. So, AI की वजह से और जनरेटिव AI की वजह से हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनकी ये आदत हो गई है, ये थीम का मकसद ये है कि उनकी ये आदत हो गई है कि वो आसानी से AI के पास जाते हैं, सवाल रखते हैं और स्ट्रक्चर्ड आर्गुमेंट ले लेते हैं और उसे अपनी रिसर्च का हिस्सा बना लेते हैं। अब ऐसी सिचुएशन में जो ट्रेडिशनली दिमाग लड़ाया जाता था और जो मुबाहिसे किए जाते थे इल्मी मैदान में, उसकी कमी वाक़ई होगी। तो आज हम ये डिस्कस करेंगे कि हम वो जो रवायती अंदाज़ है उसके अंदर जो ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग होती थी, जो जहन लड़ाया जाता था, उसको हम कैसे वापस लेकर आएँ, क्योंकि AI के अपने फ़वाइद हैं, वो भी हमने हासिल करने हैं और फिर जो अंदाज़ है मुकालमे का, उससे भी हमने उसको भी बढ़ावा देना है। So I was actually, now I'll go to the panelists. So before going to the panelists, I'll explain what I actually narrated in Urdu. That traditionally, we learned that there was a pattern of academic interactions where people used to brainstorm and use their intellect collectively to create new paradigms, new patterns, new arguments. But now students, it is easier for students to go to the AI and put the question and get the structured answer. So it can lead to weaken their intellectual capabilities. So this is what actually the theme of today's discussion, and we'll try to explore that how we can get benefit out of this technology as much as possible, because there are several advantages of the technology, but at the same time, we will help our audience to keep their intellectual faculties growing and looking into the future through their pure thinking process. So first I'll request Dr. Zahir Anwar. The question which Dr. Zahir Anwar will address is that students increasingly rely on LLMs for learning and coursework. How can assessment design and international curricula or national curricula be reshaped to reward reasoning, originality, and application rather than AI-assisted reproduction? Please.
How much time?
So every panel has 5 minutes for his or her argument, and then we will open the house for question-answer sessions, and then a closing for every closing remarks for every panelist. Please.
Sir, thank you so much. So first of all, when you started, so on a lighter note, Islamic finance and AI, so the experts, they already know Islamic finance has already benefited a lot from artificial intelligence in creating so many instruments. So let's stop here for that. Coming back towards the theme. First of all, I would, as an academic, as a practitioner, and a user of AI, I would humbly disagree with this notion that this is a challenge for academic integrity. The only thing that is changed is that we academicians have to do more work now. We have to do more work. I would disagree with the argument quite humbly that it restricts the mental capabilities. This is just like the argument is tantamount to saying that after invention of calculators, we don't have the good mathematicians anymore. We don't have the growth in logic, the studies based on true logic. No. Calculator is just a tool. It does not restrict your mental capability. So same is the case with AI. Now, AI is a tool. If you use it carefully, I think you will, you can reduce the unnecessary barriers. So now coming towards the question, how to, sir, can I have that? Okay, can you give me?
How to
okay, so when we say how to design international curricula and reward reasoning, the major challenge is designing those assessments. When I say use the word assessment, assessment means your quizzes, your assignments, and your final exams. How do you design these assessments in a manner that you can actually regulate the use of AI? So the biggest challenge, as it's quite evident, biggest challenge is for your assignments. Now, what we do at Sunway University or many other places that I know of, obviously I'm away from Pakistani market for quite some time. It's more than 3 years. So what we do is we put put great emphasis on designing those assessments, especially the assignments, that the solution of which you cannot find purely by using ChatGPT. So in my classroom, I teach my students how to use ChatGPT or Gemini or any other tool in a more refined way compared to blindly relying upon that. I'll give you an example. I think I'll still have 2 minutes. I'll just give you an example. For my course, somehow I teach Islamic banking and finance at Sunway University. So for my course, my students for the assignments, my students have to design, they have to build a feasibility study for a socially responsible project. Now for that socially responsible project, they need to use Islamic finance instruments. Now the challenge for me is, first Sam, when we had ChatGPT's popularity grown, trust me, second week of semester, a group came, they gave me the whole assignment. They said that we have finished, we have done. Now that's a challenge. So then you tell them that you see the thing that you have come up with is only 40% of the total marks. You'll get only 40% marks. So I told them and explained to them, and because I had those parameters in the assignment that required them to work on the field, right? So moral of the story is more work for academicians, and we have to improve the design, and there is nothing to worry about. Thank you so much.
Okay, fine. I move forward to Dr. Zaki bin Haji. The question for Dr. Zaki bin Haji is that given the rapid evolution of generative AI models, how should Islamic finance program balance classical foundations, quantitative skills, and hands-on engagement with LLM-based research tools? Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, kind moderator. In UNISA, when I first joined UNISA in 2016, my university is UNISA, stands for University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali in Brunei. So when I joined in 2016, I was quite surprised to see that our university have a lot of university required courses. This is university record courses means that you must take those courses regardless of your programs. So our students have to take for 8 semester Al-Quran Al-Karim. They have to go for 50 hours of community service regardless. If they don't do so, they cannot graduate. They have to take Islamic ethics, fiqh of ibadah, Aqidah Ahli Sunnah wal Jama'ah, objective of Islamic law. So these are required. Even though you're taking business management, halal science, you must enroll into these courses. So when we had a curriculum review a few years ago, some of the academics were questioning the relevance of these courses. Let's cut down these courses, make our program more linear and more market-driven. The university said, no, you can take out any modules, but not this. Do not take out our university record courses. Make them compulsory. So today, I'm glad that our university made that decision, that strong, firm decision. Because now the question would be, how do we ensure that students use AI ethically? As mentioned by Dr. Zahir earlier, AI is just a tool. Calculator is just a tool. So ahead of us, we have so many technologies coming our way. The thing is that, how do we ensure our students will use those ethically and with moral values? Now, this is where the university has a very profound role. How do you produce graduates with moral values, ethical judgment, and most importantly, higher sense of purpose? Now, what I really learned or reflect yesterday's keynote speech by our respected Professor Hussein Al-Qadri, economy is for the people. Economy must be made by the people, but economy should not use people. So this really hits me a lot. If you bring this statement into education, or before we got that, what I learned from that statement, how do we show that policymakers, business owners, have moral values, have a better purpose? Economy is not for profit, but it's for the people and the planet, and of course for the creator. Put that analogy into higher education. Most importantly, how do we produce graduates with moral values? How do we produce graduates with ethical judgment? And how do we produce graduates with higher sense of purpose? That's it. Whatever technology that they might have one day, you do not have to worry about having to have the regulation in place. They know what is right and what is wrong. Because the reason why they go to the university is not for qualification. It's for the knowledge and creating an impact. So if I were to sum up with my response on this particular question is that eventually the university's profound role is that to ensure the graduates are not there simply to get a certification. But we are producing graduates that could shape the best of the Ummah. I think that's all. Thank you very much, our kind moderator.
By the way, I am always surprised with the capabilities of AI. For example, one of my colleague searched with my name, putting on the Google, and AI gave the review of my personality and my academic career and else everything. So I was actually surprised to read AI's description about Dr. Abdul Sattar Abbasi. And I was thinking that it is better than anybody else and better than me to describe me in a manner. So the models which AI generates and the argument which AI gives are so solid and so convincing that it is almost impossible to consider those arguments and those models. Impossible not to consider. So मैं स्टूडेंट्स ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि हमारे जो आर्गूमेंट जो एआई से हम लेते हैं, मेरे रिसेंटली मेरे बारे में एआई से किसी ने पूछा तो एआई ने इतना खूबसूरत मुझे बयान किया कि मुझे खुद अपने आप को ऐसा बयान करना नहीं आता अपने बारे में। तो ये बड़ा मुश्किल है कि हम एआई का जो आर्गुमेंट है या जो एक्सप्लेनेशन है उसको हम अवॉइड करें और उसको ना अडॉप्ट करें, ये बड़ा टफ काम है. लेकिन but our next speaker will help us understand that how we can strengthen the traditional notion of scholarly authority and Sharia reasoning, and how can ethical boundaries be articulated without resisting technological progress. So I'll request Dr. Muhammad Shahid bin Muhammad Noor to please help us understand this dimension.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, all the guests, professors, students. To address the question, first of all, we understand that we agree with Dr. Zahir and also our friend Dr. Mozaki. AI is only a tool, and it helps us in order to collect the data, might be to arrange the idea, and so on. But to replace our function as human being, Allah says in the Quran al-Kareem, لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ يَتَذَكَّرُونَ يَتَدَبَّرُونَ. I think AI is not reached that kind of level to give the tadabbur or ta'akkul even though they have the data. For example, I'm trying several times, because when we are studying usul fiqh, we know about the qiyas, we have the qawadihul illah, we have the several methods to become an illah, sabr wa taqsim, munasabah, and so on. And then when we try to ask the AI, is it you can apply the methodology of qiyas, like have been said in some certain books in usul fiqh, al-mahsul, for example, they cannot do it. Even though when we are trying the AI with the term using in Hanafi's mazhab, Dalatul Nas, Iqtida'un Nas, they cannot do it. So we understand that Shariah reasoning that have been arranged by our scholars 1,000 years ago, Alhamdulillah, Imam Shafi'i, Imam Abu Hanifa, and Nu'man, until we have Imam Al-Razi, Imam Sam'ani, and you also have so many scholars in usul fiqh. Actually, they have arranged a method of thinking and reasoning. And the method or the skill only could be achieved by human being, alhamdulillah. That's why Allah says in Quran al-Karim, يُؤْتِ الْحِكْمَةَ مَنْ يَشَاءُ. The hikmah Allah give only the people who Allah choose. And I don't think the AI is chosen by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Even though we can give them the input, you can create machine learning and so on. But they lack with the consideration, human consideration, and also with the emotional, because when we understand uruf al-maslahah, we need to weightage or to weight or to balance the maslahah. Is it the maslahah rajah or marjuha? So I don't think AI can do it for the time being. Wallahu alam. I don't know if we are using the free version, they cannot do it. I don't know about the premium version. I don't know, but inshallah. It's not easy to understand the skill of human thinking, even though we try to do it. And we believe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran al-Karim 7 times, وَسَخَّرَ لَكُمُ اللَّيْلَ وَالنَّهَارِ وَسَخَّرَ لَكُمُ الشَّمْسَ وَالْقَمَرِ. Allah make this shams, moon, and also with the sun to serve us. I mean, the big creation Allah made to serve human being, to serve the Khalifa, vicegerent. How about the AI? We create the AI, we give the input. So we believe inshaAllah ta'ala, but provided we as human beings, as a Muslim, we must strengthen we must have the good relationship with our Turath, with our Kutubul Qudama. We must read, because every phrase or ibarat in the books, they have so many meanings. So our scholar were very blessing. So we need to read their books. We need to inculcate the culture reading the ulama or Turath books. So inshallah ta'ala we can maintain, the Sharia reasoning, even though we are not relying, but we using the AI as our assistant tools, but not to replace our mind, our consideration as human being, as Khalifah, as ulama, inshallah ta'ala, to give the verdict or the ruling on particular case. I think that is my response in that question. Wallahu a'lam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yeah, the speaker has explained, Dr. Muhammad Shahid bin Muhammad Nuh explained the question that generative AI will not actually capture the skill of a human beings. For example, he mentioned about qiyas. But the problem is that generative AI is giving us results on the basis of the information and knowledge which has been placed into the internet and to the research engines. Unfortunately, the knowledge which he is referring is not completely available on internet and research engines. As soon as this knowledge is available to the machines, probably machines will be able to do better qiyas than a common man. This is what actually happening. The entire Western knowledge is already on research engines. So that our traditional knowledge now, still is not on research engines, right? So as much as we have on internet, we are getting a better interpretations from AI than conflicting interpretations of different schools of thoughts in Islam. So this is probably that it will take time when our traditional religious knowledge will be available completely on internet. So we will discuss this in a question and answer session. मुझे उम्मीद है students कि आप अपने questions तैयार कर रहे होंगे, तमाम scholars और तमाम participants जो कि फिर हम इनसे पूछेंगे. तो मैंने अभी I'll go now to the next speaker, Dr. Maya Puspa Rahman. The question for the Professor Maya is that generative AI allows researchers to prototype models and test methodologies at speed. How should research governance framework distinguish between legitimate AI-assisted rigor and unacceptable automation that undermines scholarly contribution? Madam.
Subhanallah. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Salatu wa salamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursaleen. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Alhamdulillah, first and foremost, I again would like to thank the university and the management for the invitation. Well, subhanallah, the question is basically an ongoing dilemma, yeah, that most of us, not only the academicians, are basically facing. I'd like to remind myself and also most of the attendees here on one recent case in Hong Kong, which only happened last month, yeah, that one of the professors was stepped down, yeah, from the associate deanship after AI-generated references scandal. This is also not, this is one that is being reported from the news, and there's also another recent case, yeah, which happened last year as well, the retraction of academic article from a journal that have a very high impact, yeah, in a very prominent global publishing house, which stated, specifically stated in the introduction, certainly here is the possible introduction for your topic. So meaning to say that is the author specifically seeks the assistance of AI, right? So this is what happened when AI is being left unregulated. But then again, yeah, if you look into this specific issue, how should it be regulated? Yeah, I think we have also listened to Mufti Sahab yesterday, and I really like the idea where his bank basically adopts to integrate and collect all the fatwa into chatbots for the past 10 years so that he can basically ring fence the sources. Because earlier Mr. Chairman highlighted that ChatGPT or AI have basically provide a description of you, right? So whether that is actually accurate or not accurate is also another issue. So coming back to the question, how to distinguish between the legitimate AI-assisted rigor and unacceptable automation? So this is what I would again rely back on what Dr. Shahid mentioned earlier, the humanity or the essence of human intelligence. Because artificial intelligence, AI, is still artificial, isn't it? We are the real ones. We are the ones who is able to basically validate. That's why when we seek for academic or scholar assistance from ChatGPT, we need to still validate the information, right? We need to still, because they can come up with references, so many references that could still be bogus. It's not even in existence, right? So we who are being given, alhamdulillah, with akal, and with the ability to basically differentiate what is the actual one, what is the real one or not the real one, we have to play the active role. But just again, like what the first speaker, Dr. Zari, mentioned, in terms of how would you be able to basically identify, right, the mechanism that you have also already been applying in your university, right, in terms of the assessment and whatnot. And yes, we give the students the liberty to use it, but they have to do the validation. One of the private universities that I have been speaking to, also take the same approach. They let the student do it, ask questions from the ChatGPT, and then relook in terms of what the GPT provides them, right? Whether that is the answer that can be accepted and how we are able to basically validate that particular answer. So again, I truly agree with what Dr. Shahid mentioned. AI is still artificial. We are the one who has the utmost, inshallah, utmost intellectual, intelligent to basically adhere to the academic integrity, the robust analysis, even when we undertake the use or the assistance of AI. So I hope that basically addressed the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. But Dr. Maya, I tell you one recent experience, what happened about AI. Actually, some scientists asked AI to solve a problem online. But it was not possible for AI to solve that problem without human assistance, right? So what AI did, AI hired the services of a human being. When the human being was interacting with the AI, he was confused that if he is interacting with a real person or an artificial intelligence. And then he asked the question. He said, are you AI or a human being? So AI replied that I am human being, but I'm blind. Those who were actually studying, they were surprised to notice that this information was not fed into the machine, but the machine was capable to take information available on the World Wide Web and deceive the human being. So let's not undermine the capability of artificial intelligence to overpower or to deceive the human beings, because this AI is based on the intellect of thousands and thousands of human beings who place their intellectual faculties on internet. So let's move on and let's listen to our next panelist, Dr. Mohammad Fauzi Abu Hassan. The question for Dr. Mohammad Fauzi Abu Hassan is that with education providers divided between restricting and embracing generative AI, what strategic direction should Islamic finance education in research institutions adopt to prepare graduates for an AI-driven academic and policy environment? Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Professor Abbas, distinguished panelists, and all the participants for the conference, World Islamic Economic and Finance Conference. And very good afternoon, everyone. All right, it's an honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me for this conference. I really enjoy the whole 2 days participating in this conference. And congratulations, I would like to take the opportunity to say congratulate to all organizers for having a successful conference this year. All right, so I think being a 5th panelist is a very difficult task because I have no point to say. Every point that I prepared, written before, is already mentioned by all the panelists. I couldn't agree more with the ethical values, with the, the rules of AI that we need to make sure that the user, AI is the tools, and we are, as a user, must assure that it in line with the values, moral, ethics, and etc. But I have to answer this, whether to restrict to embrace the AI. Well, when we all agree that AI is a tool, it's like other software, such as Microsoft, Windows, Apple, and so on. We have Excel, Microsoft Excel, Words. Those days when you back to perhaps 30 years ago, right, people might not, first, they might not be get used to all these applications, right? To change from using typewriters to computers. For the oldest, they might be complacent with typewriter, right? But they have to leave this. So in our generation, since we regard AI as a tool, so like it or not, we have to embrace it. We have to embrace using AI as a tools for our work, for our everyday life, job, and etc. But as we agree that we have to set a guideline that in line with the values that we follow. If you read, there is one scholar, if I'm not mistaken, by the name of Aurangzeb, if I'm not mistaken, his name. He proposed what he called as a fake of algorithm that propose an idea that we must have an Islamic guide rail to the users of this AI to make sure that it follows the principles, especially Islam, how the Islamic teaching teach us to make sure that we don't do plagiarism, and then we don't do blindly take. In Islam, we are taught to assure that all the informations are validated. We learn hadith. In hadith, we have to make sure that the hadith follow the narrations. The hadith must be sahih. Otherwise, we don't take that as a source. All right. So it's very important to the research institutions, the academia, to have a right policy. Like in our institutions, for the last, we have already a policy for the student and researcher if they want to use the AI as tools and etc. They must follow the guidelines and policy given by the university. And I think in a few other countries, they already developed the ethical policy, AI ethical policy that can be followed and it can use to make sure that there is no misuse of AI. On top of that, I would like to say also, not only what we are using right now, the AI is rather functional. We use ChatGPT, Gemini, and etc. It's just functional. We put our prompt in the website, in the platform, and then the ChatGPT produce the suggestion, etc., based on our prompt. But I think what we must think is that beyond the functionality of AI, we must take a strategic action, perhaps by having a customized generative process, transformative. ChatGPT we put all the prompt and behind is there is algorithm, LM, etc. We might consider to develop our customized GPT. Right? That will help us for lectures, for example, in evaluating assessment. But this must be done with a human, with an ethical value, of course. The lecturers must ensure that use this customized GPT to help us to screen if there is any flag. If there's any flag in the assignment, etc.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. But actually, we have tools which detect that this assignment or the project is, created by the AI. But interestingly, there are counter softwares which actually help students to develop a write-up or a project or assignment which these tools cannot detect that it is AI assisted. I'll tell you one interesting story. We received a wonderful article for our journal, and we reviewed, and the review process, one of our reviewer mentioned that what is this, the word interest. The AI, when AI found that because of the similarity, interest is being repeated again and again in an article, the AI transformed the word interest into hobby, right? So that hobby actually bothered our reviewer, and that came back, and we then found that this is actually an article once developed through AI assistance, and then AI reported similarity. Then AI itself converted the word interest into hobby, right? So AI is a product of human intelligence, actually. But still, there will be limitations with this technology. Now we open the house and for the questions. सब लोग सवाल जिनके दिल में जो भी हैं AI से मुताल्लिक. The theme was about Islamic finance, but it applies equally to all disciplines we teach in नहीं, अभी हमारे किसी पैनलिस्ट ने 5 मिनट से ज़्यादा नहीं लगाए हैं. मैंने टाइमर लगाया हुआ था सिवाय डॉक्टर फौजी के, और डॉक्टर फौजी ने 1.5 मिनट ज़्यादा लगाया, बाकी सब ने 5 मिनट के अंदर किया है. हाँ, तो इसलिए अब वो लेट शुरू हुआ है, तो फिर So we started actually late. No, it was fine because none of us, utilized more than 5 minutes. So you took 1 minute extra. That's totally fine. No issues. Sorry. So जी सर सबसे पहला सवाल अगर माइक वाले कोई दोस्त हैं तो ये सर वो सर हाथ उठाइए. So ये तमाम डिसिप्लिन्स पे अप्लाई करता है ये AI का जो डायनामिक्स हैं, तो इसलिए आप सवाल कर सकते हैं. हम अपने पैनलिस्ट से रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि वो आपके सवालों को एड्रेस करें. जी सर.
Assalamu alaikum ji. Thank you very much for giving us the this opportunity to ask any question about AI. I was in Rifa University about a month back, and I asked a question from Dr. Mushtaq Bajwa Sahab, the same question, and I have the question for you also to all of the panelists. Two genders, males and females. How come we don't have an AI engine for male and AI engine for female? Because women see the world totally differently, and they have that sensitivity which many of the men don't have it. So Mushtaq Sahab said it's the way you can ask the question. But before I say end my question, let me share with you a cartoon which I shared with my class of 40 ladies. I was teaching them AI and blockchain. And the cartoon goes like this, that there is a Booker's Prize going on, and there is a very huge book which is there, and one of the judges says, oh, this book is being written by an AI, so how we can give him an award? So another says, who wrote the prompt? So I believe it's all about writing the prompt, asking the right question, and the future is for CI/AI, which is cognitive intelligence and artificial intelligence, which basically is going to make the world understand that you cannot fool the world, whatever the biases you have. Thank you very much.
Sir, wonderful. Wonderful insight. Sir, who would like to answer the question? But first, let me tell you one thing very interesting. In AI, because humanoids are being developed very quickly, and it is transforming the workplace due to the humanoids. I don't know about male and female artificial intelligence, but I can tell you one fact which is available on internet, that humanoids with feminine voice get better response than humanoids with male voice. So this tendency probably, is going towards the humanoids from the human beings, probably. So anybody who wants to, respond to his question, please. None of us, right? So his insight was very appropriate, and it is all, it certainly depends on prompt, and it depends on algorithms, and depends on languages and those who actually develop this technology, right? So it is developed by human beings, the experts, and eventually it is bringing benefits and challenges both to the human society. This is what I can respond. Any other question, please? Sir, ये माइक इधर लाइएगा प्लीज. इधर मेरे भाई. अच्छा, sir, we'll come to you. Let's, lady, please.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. I have a question for the esteemed panel. How can AI be audited for Sharia compliance if an algorithm specifically in a black box model such as Binance, for instance, for an investment decision, or how can we guarantee does not violate prohibitions against riba, interest, or excessive uncertainty or gambling, as it's a rhetorical notion of opportunity versus challenge, less than of an opportunity and more of a challenge. So what would be your take on that? Thank you so much.
So Dr. Zahir is interested to reply this, and after that I'll request Dr. Shahid.
Yes.
Because he was ready.
I was about to say that.
So let's listen to Dr. Zahir first, and then Dr. Shahid.
Actually, I would just add to your question, who can truly, because whatever fake decisions that we get even now, they are mostly criticized. That's why we have different schools. That's why we have different madahib. So to answer your question, and definitely I was about to say we will revert to a Sharia scholar, I would say both sides. As much as the work of a human is prone to criticism, my humble understanding is technology might have lesser biases. I don't want to say more, but technology might have lesser material interests compared to humans.
Dr. Shahid, please, if you can.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Not to answer, but just to share, to respond that I could. First, yes, we agree that the system or the robo-advisor, so-called, they are also working or operate based on what they've been given, the input and so on. I think they have thousands of, maybe more than that. The input given to the system, so then they can work towards the system and then they can give the ruling or their ideas. Yes, we also agree. In some particular case, the robo-advisor also cannot catch the issue. And some of the cases, I think, as I can share with in the bank issue, we also need to think 2-3 days, before we giving the fatwa or the decision, because sometimes it's quite complex, perplexed, and confusing. So yes, that the valid question we can ask or we can put in our mind, how can we believe this system? But in the ordinary case, I think it's easy for the system to catch the issue. But some case, not all case, yes, some very complex case, maybe we can put it as a exemption. So we as human beings must try to validate. I think I also can share some of the, not some, but many cases in the bank, we known as operational labs sometimes. We are using the system, but sometimes the system also can fail. They also can create failure. So human beings need to do it manually. So yes, of course, even though that's a machine, they still need a human touch to validate and to ensure that it's totally compliant to Sharia. Yes, also human have a bias.
Yeah, okay.
Of course.
Less bias. So before going to the final question, let me, respond. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Please.
If I may respond to the sister's question, yeah? Okay, subhanAllah, I previously involved directly in investment management before going into academia. So even many years before, we still rely on tools to do optimization and whatnot. So with regards to your question, it's basically, I would also want to refer back to what Ms. Khalida Habib mentioned earlier, yeah, that we need to create an Islamic AI ecosystem. So if, let's say, the prompt or the use of the AI is basically from this Islamic AI ecosystem, so you can actually at least rely, but you still need to do some validation. Yeah, because even though previously when we are given some sort of portfolio optimization, what stocks or what sukuk or what sukuk and fixed income instruments to be bought, but still there must be a human, there's this gut feeling that we have to basically trust as a fund manager, that whether this is the actual or the right time for you to go in and things like that. So again, AI is the best tool that could have ever happened to us, inshallah, but it has to be used with, responsibly, with a high responsibility, and also we, the human being, needs to basically have to do the validation still, but I do really like your question, mashallah.
Yeah.
I hope it answers your question,
But I'll tell you one thing. Yeah, okay. But I tell you one thing, this is today's problem. I can see if 5 years from now or 10 years from now, probably you'll have a better option to ask the AI for all these issues, and you'll get better response, because once the ecosystem for Islamic religious knowledge is developed and the entire traditional knowledge is on internet, so AI will help us give answers more accurately and without bias. This is most important. Because in recent medical studies, it is found that if they examine the pole on human body to ask the AI which pole will go into the cancer in coming days, AI gave 1,000 times better diagnosis than the human diagnosis. Right? So once it is on internet, so today there's a problem. There's a last question, sir, please.
Bismillah. So, first of all, I'd like to thank a lot to give us this opportunity. Comparatively, if we compare between the other sector and our sector, I mean teaching and research, I think for our other sector, AI give us huge opportunities for many things. But if we talk about our sectors, training and teaching and research, I think, sure, they give us many opportunities, but also they make us many challenges, even methodological, epistemological also, and also ethical. And I think also are the main challenges of in our domain, in our sectors, teaching and research, how is rethinking the target competencies. Because now with AI, many competencies don't need it. For example, when we like to, in our curriculum, we try to develop in our students how to write, how to resume. So now AI gives us this kind of competency. So the challenge, the real challenges, I think, is to rethink our competency target to get more method and the new method of teaching and also make research.
Yeah, actually what happened, thank you, what happened, AI brought awareness level of all of us at par. So as teachers and researchers, what I think that we have to be ahead of the AI and thinking and bringing new dimensions and new paradigms in education. This is actually is a challenge for all us as academicians and researchers, because due to the AI now, I mean, all of us know much better than the people knew 10 years, 15 years, 20 years back. So that's why it's creating unrest. But I look at this, AI as an opportunity to work hard, to go little ahead of the level of awareness of AI which is available currently on everyone's fingertips. I think we don't have to, but let's have last question from that lady, please. ले लें क्वेश्चन, फिर हमने क्लोज करना है. We are closing. माइक देंगे कोई? बेटा माइक नहीं है, क्योंकि स्टूडेंट्स में मेरे ख्याल में इन्हीं का सवाल है, तो इनसे पूछना ज़रूरी है.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Aisha and I am a student of MPhil IBF Minhaj University Lahore. And my question is, in what ways can AI enhance access to Islamic finance education globally, particularly for students and institutions in non-Arab and developing countries?
Is it AI generated question?
Yes.
That's really good. So in non-Arabic speaking countries, so all of us are from non-Arabic speaking countries, right? So anybody wants to give it, yeah? Yeah, Dr. Fawzi. So how Islamic finance, that the way, look, I give you the reply. In Islamic finance, the country which is rated highest is a non-Arab speaking country, Malaysia, right? So it can give you, can give you a sense that it is not necessary to develop an Islamic finance only if you speak or belong to Arabic speaking country, right? So you can grow in your Islamic finance capabilities even if you're not from Arab speaking country. Is it okay for you? ये आपके सवाल का जवाब है कि जो इस्लामिक फाइनेंस में सबसे ज़्यादा रेट किया जाने वाला मुल्क मलेशिया है, जो कि अरबी नहीं बोलते हैं, वहाँ पे लोग मलाया लैंग्वेज बोलते हैं। तो इस्लामिक फाइनेंस में ग्रो करने के लिए ज़रूरी नहीं है कि वो मुल्क ज़्यादा ग्रो करेगा कि जो अरबी बोल रहा होगा, राइट? सो इसलिए इस्लामिक फाइनेंस का नॉलेज हर जगह जा सकता है। So thank you very much everybody for listening to the panelists. I'll request you all, please put your hands together for the panel. And thank you, madam. Thank you, Minhaj University. Thank you, Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Sahib. And we are really grateful for arranging Islamic Finance Conference every year without any break. Thank you, sir, for your consistency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of the conference secretariat, we extend a warm welcome and heartfelt thanks to Mr. Rana Shahab Akhtar. He is member elected Lahore, Chamber of Commerce and Chairman Daroga Wala Industries. Mr. Ramiz Diwan, he is the President Daroga Wala Industries. And Mr. Umar Abdullah, he is the President Shumaila Sanat Tijarat Board. We also extend a warm welcome to Mr. Shahzad Salim, he is General Secretary, for taking the time out for this grand gathering and gracing us with their presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Indeed, that was a thought-provoking and interesting discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the panelists and the moderator who skillfully led this meaningful discussion. With great respect, I request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri to present the shields of appreciation to the distinguished panelists. Also, I request Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad and Dr. Khurram Shehzad to join him. I invite Dr. Abdul Sattar Abbasi from Comsats University, Islamabad, Lahore campus to receive his shield of appreciation. I also request Mohammad Ijaz and Rana Shabaz Sahab to join the panel, please. Rana Shaban Sahab to please join the panel, please, and present the shields to the distinguished guests. I invite Dr. Zahir Anwar, Associate Professor and Deputy Dean, Sunway University, Malaysia. Dr. Muhammad Zaki bin Haji Zaini from University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali, Brunei Darussalam. Dr. Muhammad Shahid bin Muhammad Noor from University of Malaya, Malaysia. Dr. Maya Puspa Rahman from INSEP University, Malaysia. And with great respect, I invite Dr. Muhammad Fauzi Abu Hussain from University Technology, Malaysia. Indeed, your contributions were a testament of wisdom and expertise on Islamic economics and finance. Thank you very much, everyone. I request the panelists to be seated, please.
Next, we celebrate. I request all the dignitaries to please stand at front of the stage for the book launch. Next, we celebrate the launch of 3 landmark publications. I invite at the front of the stage Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad, and Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad. The first book of the day is Effective Institutional Governance and Islamic Perspective, that is authored by none other than Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri. A huge round of applause. I request all the international guests and dignitaries to please come forward at front of the stage. All the international guests are requested to come forward for the launch of the books. Effective Institutional Governance and Islamic Perspective. The next book is Islami Maliyat or Zakat, Asul, Masail or Jadid Tatibat. It is also authored by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri. A huge round of applause. Please join us in a huge round of applause for the book launch. The third book is Integral Solidarity Economy Manual, a handbook on Mawakhat. It is authored by Dr. Anika Malik. A huge round of applause. Such a wonderful book on economy manual. We need more claps. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are close to the conclusion of this auspicious gathering, I humbly request the dignitaries to please join us on stage for the closing ceremony. Vice Chancellor and Conference Co-Chair, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad. Sir, please join us on stage. Conference Convener and Registrar, Minhaj University, Lahore, Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad. Dr. Amjad Saqib, he is the founder and chairman of Akhuwat Pakistan, our fourth keynote speaker for the day. Sir, please join us on the stage. Conference co-chair, Professor Dr. Ishaq Bhatti. He is Professor of Finance and Financial Data Analytics. Sir, please join us on stage. Professor Dr. Ishaq Bhatti. Dr. Amjad Saqib, sir, please, if you are available, can you please come on the stage? Now I request Dr. Anika Malik. She is visionary leader and founder of Integral Solidarity Research Academy. Ma'am, please join us on stage. Now I request Dr. Anika Malik to, ma'am, please share some insights from your book. Ma'am, please.
نحمده ونصلي على رسوله الكريم فما بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Distinguished scholars, respected policymakers, and honored guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is an honor to present the Solidarity Economy Handbook at the 9th World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference. Sorry, you have to excuse me, I got this sore throat. Convened under the theme, Envisioning the Next Frontier in Islamic Economics and Finance, AI Transformation and Geopolitical Realignment. We meet at a pivotal moment of civilizational transition where alien intelligence is reshaping financial systems, governance, and trust, while geopolitical realignments are deepening inequality, displacement, and social fragmentation. These challenges demand more than technical innovations. They demand an ethical re-anchoring. The solidarity economy responds to this imperative by reviving the prophetic ethos of Mu'akhat, the socio-economic brotherhood of Medina. It offers a contemporary framework for Islamic social finance and serves as a guiding compass for the future economy. This revival traces its intellectual lineage to Shaykh al-Islam Dr. Muhammad Tahir al-Qadri, who reimagined Mu'akhat as a modern model of economic justice and social solidarity. It also builds upon Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri's operationalization of these ideals through integrated Islamic microfinance and poverty graduation, offering a robust framework grounded in Maqasid al-Sharia. Practically, this vision is exemplified by Dr. Muhammad Amjad Saqib's Akhwat Foundation, whose Karde Hassan model has enabled millions to escape poverty through dignity-centered finance. Akhwat illustrates that faith-driven economics is both ethically compelling and operationally scalable. Solidarity, a new coin term, denotes solidarity among souls as both an ontological and ethical response to the moral and existential fragmentation of contemporary secular modernity. I have reframed Mu'akhat as solidarity, integrating soulful awareness embodied in ihsan, ishq, ilm, and amal to address socioeconomic fragmentation, poverty, and ethical deficiencies in finance. The handbook's four-part structure, philosophy, principles, practices, and people, employs the gene rhythm, which is grounding, emergence, navigation, and effect, and the 4Ps model to chart transformation from personal awakening to societal regeneration. Fundamentally, the solidarity economy reinterprets finance as moral circulation rather than mere capital accumulation, positioning Karde Hassan, Waqf, and community finance as instruments of dignity, resilience, and collective well-being. This handbook serves as both an invitation and a practical guide. It encourages scholars, policymakers, and institutions to reconceptualize economic systems as ethical ecosystems, offering actionable tools and case studies for implementing community finance models in diverse contexts. It is intuitively designed to empower individuals, communities, and organizations, consequently facilitating the establishment of community finance initiatives or a comprehensive solidarity economy tailored to local needs. By integrating contemplative exercises, frameworks, practical tools such as storytelling circles, fund setup templates, and impact measurement frameworks alongside real-world case studies. The handbook demystifies Islamic social finance for grassroots application only. Whether initiating a Waqf-backed endowment, a reciprocal loan circle, or a Kardi Hassan microfinance model, the handbook provides step-by-step guidance through the gene rhythm and 4Ps framework, fostering self-sufficiency during economic crises. It also highlights leading figures in Islamic and integral social finance, including Professor Dr. Ronnie Lassam, Dr. Muhammad Amjad Saqib, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin, Omar Suleiman from the UK, and Fahad Siddiqui, whose experiences offer valuable models for ethical innovation. In the era of artificial intelligence, the solidarity economy advocates for maqasid-guided technological governance, ensuring that algorithms advance justice, transparency, and inclusion instead of enabling surveillance, exclusion, or financial exploitation. So how does this vision align with the emerging frontiers of Islamic economics and finance? Amid AI's promise of tokenized assets and predictive ethics, Solidarity envisions Sharia-compliant innovations like Canada's Al-Mabruk platform, a blockchain-driven model that democratizes real estate ownership while embedding ihsan to counter AI's risk of exclusion and opacity. As geopolitical shifts intensify migration and resource scarcity, Pakistan's Muakhat Renaissance, exemplified by Akhuwat's over 7 million loans, guided by their 5 eyes praxis of Iman, Infaq, Ihsan, Ikhlas, Akhuwa, provides a practical blueprint for resilience. These initiatives are not historical relics from Medina only, but contemporary responses to a fractured world, fostering solidarity circles that heal trauma, circulate risk, and address capitalism's conceptualization failure, as noted by Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus. Pakistan serves as the central hub for the modern resurgence of Muakhat, positioning the nation as a model of faith-based economic resilience amid poverty, migration, and inequality. The movement's national reach embodies a solidarity wave, inspired by prophetic archetypes of khuluk, hijra, miraj, and muakhat as principles guiding transformation toward ihsan kamil and taqwa. The handbook provides practical tools for adopting these principles to local muakhat circles, such as community dialogues on reciprocity or waqf pooling for crisis response. So notable examples include, Akhuwat Foundation, the world's largest Kardi Hassan network with over 7 million loans to micro-entrepreneurs, emphasizing virtuous circles that transform aid into empowerment. Al-Muakhat Microfinance by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin from Minhajul Quran, integrating loans with skills training. And the third is Pakistan Public Health Foundation and Aid Trust, a Punjab-based community welfare initiative supporting 260-plus group through relief and empowerment, embodying Apne Hisse Ki Shama. These initiatives, supported by and set up by guides and exercises, have created employment opportunities and have empowered women who constitute 60% of borrowers, and have subsequently inspired global adaptations, thereby demonstrating Muakhat's significance in regenerative economics. Geopolitically, as displacement and scarcity intensifies, Solidarity positions Islamic social finance as a stabilizing force, capable of rebuilding trust, restoring dignity, and regenerating social cohesion. I invite you to engage with the Solidarity Economy Manual, not simply as a handbook, but as a collective civilizational endeavor to co-create economic systems in which technology serves conscience and realignments strengthens akhuwa, that is brotherhood, rather than fracture it. I also encourage you to view this handbook as a catalyst for transformation. Together, let us shape the next chapter, an economy where AI advances taqwa and realignments foster enduring akhuwa. Thank you for listening. This handbook is available online only for now. It's not in print format. It's a digital ebook on Kindle, Amazon. So you can access that online, and you can ask me where to access it. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your thought-provoking words. As we now move towards the closing of this insightful conference, we move from legacy to leadership and to the series of keynote speeches. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to introduce Sheikh Mohsen Al-Asfour. He's the keynote speaker. He's a member of Central Sharia Supervisory Board of Central Bank of Bahrain and former member Sharia Advisory Board, Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institutions, Bahrain. Unfortunately, due to his poor health conditions, he is unable to join us in person. I would now request the IT team to play the keynote speech.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. All praise is due to Allah, the Lord of all worlds, and the best prayers and most complete peace be upon our Master, the beloved of our hearts, and the intercessor for our sins, Muhammad, the chosen, the guiding, the trustworthy, and upon his pure, virtuous, noble family and his chosen companions. Your Excellencies, Eminences, and venerable figures, distinguished and honorable attendees, it is my pleasure at this blessed 9th World Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance, where I address you from the heart of Pakistan, the land of dignity and Islamic pride, the homeland of zeal, fervor and honor, the land of purity and cleanliness, to speak about an issue that touches the dignity and stability of our Islamic nation. This is the crisis of the collapse of local currencies in many Islamic countries, which has created critical and appalling conditions for their economies, impacted the assets of their peoples, and exacerbated their living problems. Today, we face an existential challenge, not merely an economic one. We face a crisis of identity and dignity. Our collective responsibility as Muslims obligates us to solidarity among ourselves and to strive diligently to establish practical and radical solutions that ensure financial stability and economic prosperity for all our peoples and homelands. Proceeding from our religious responsibility, I am pleased to draw your attention in this regard to 3 important points. The first point, the necessity of convening a special emergency Islamic economic conference, bringing together our experts and financial leaders. It would serve as a platform to formulate urgent rescue plans, to explore the best and fastest ways to stabilize the local currencies in Islamic countries suffering from their rapidly declining value, and to present binding recommendations to governments and decision makers therein. This is to avert economic collapse before it is too late, and to restore them to a fair value and sustainable stability, and to correct the corrupt situation in the financial and monetary system, as it is no longer hidden from anyone that the currencies of many Islamic countries are now teetering on the brink of the abyss. Rampant inflation, collapsing purchasing power, and the erosion of the monetary savings of citizens of all categories and classes, from the poor to the capital and deposits of traders and investors. This has not been observed merely as numbers in reports, but has become a painful reality, worsening day by day. Its images and manifestations are found in the tears of widows, the hunger of children, the despair of youth, and the sequential collapse of hundreds of companies, factories, investments, and banks from one period to another. The time has come for us to draw everyone's attention to combine their efforts for a swift initiative to treat this dilemma, the seeds of which were sown and its foundation laid by the American President Richard Nixon when he abolished the gold backing of the dollar in his famous setback and calamity. Everyone has been burned by it since the date of its announcement on August 15, 1971. The crisis has been exacerbated by the spread of structural corruption in the management of monetary policies within many countries, coupled with the complicity of some elites and their surrender to the conditions of the International Monetary Fund, which impose policies of organized impoverishment upon us. The second point, the necessity of taking urgent measures and developing a plan for the gradual return of official currencies to the umbrella of the gold standard. Recent months have witnessed a dangerous acceleration in the pace of the declining value of the currencies of many Islamic countries, foremost among them Turkey, Iraq, and Iran. The Turkish lira has notably depreciated over the past months, an unprecedented decline, as it had already lost 50% of its value since the beginning of 2023. The Egyptian pound lost 60% of its value at once since March 2022. The Pakistani rupee, at its issuance in 1948, was at a rate of 3.31 rupees to the dollar. Today, after 78 years, it is 310 rupees to the dollar, meaning it has lost 99% of its value. The Iranian rial is suffering acutely and unprecedentedly in its history from a decline in its value, among the fastest collapses in the world after Venezuela and Zimbabwe. After the US dollar was equal to 70 reals in 1979, its price has now reached 1,400,000 reals. For this reason, the savings of the middle class in Iran have completely evaporated and eroded. The same is the case with retirement pensions, which have lost more than 80% of their real value, and most government budgets for infrastructure development have become deficient and stalled in completing their projects. This is the situation with most Islamic countries' currencies, where we find continuous fluctuation and decline, even if slow in some, at varying rates, resulting in the erosion of the monetary savings and deposits of their people's sons. In order to curb this decline and collapse at its various rates and achieve stability that preserves the currency's value and regulates the livelihoods of peoples, I propose 3 urgent steps. Firstly, redrawing the composition of central bank reserve assets that support the national currency and immediately beginning to decouple the local currency from reliance on reserves of actual unbacked paper currency, foremost among them the dollar, and removing it from the basket of reserves supporting the currency. Secondly, focusing on increasing gold bullion as much as possible through converting currency reserves into gold bullion to increase the size of the gold reserve, beginning systematic purchases of gold from global and regional markets. Thirdly, replacing currency reserves with the reserves of an Islamic sovereign investment fund. It invests in real assets with intrinsic value, such as agricultural land, infrastructure, and productive projects. It focuses on profitable investments with low or zero risk, guaranteed return. It serves as a protective shield against the daily fluctuations of currently prevailing currencies and prevents the decline in the exchange rate of their public value. Protecting the central bank with an independent financial system that is not affected by political positions, tensions, and disputes between Islamic countries and the American government, which seeks to impose its hegemony through it. The third point, the official return to the gold standard as a radical and strategic solution ultimately. Distinguished attendees, a monetary currency not backed by gold is a mirage with no real value. How many billions, even trillions, over the past years have disappeared from the vaults of central banks without legitimate or legal justification from the value of our Islamic countries' currencies? The raising of the dollar's price and the daily lowering of local currencies' value and continuous erosion have led to the vanishing of huge wealth of our Islamic peoples. Instead of benefiting and enjoying it, it has been looted through inflation and corruption and gone to waste. Therefore, I call for an official and organized return to linking local currencies to the gold standard through 3 stages. Stage 1, emergency, covering 30% of the monetary issuance with gold. Stage 2, stabilization, raising the gold coverage ratio to 60% within 3 years if possible. Stage 3, empowerment, reaching a full or near full gold coverage. Once this system is achieved, it will grant Islamic governments permanent currency stability and an immunity preventing manipulation and value fluctuations due to contrived international policy and artificial fluctuations in global financial markets. It will even open the door wide for us to increase the currency's value, because it will rise with the rise in the official gold value. Instead of decline and vanishing of its value, the currency will achieve its real value, even an increase in purchasing power whenever the gold value rises. Ultimately, we will achieve a solid foundation and elements of complete success in rescuing our Islamic countries from this struggle with continuous currency exchange crises that destroy their economic and financial system, leaving them living in a deplorable state, exhausted and afflicted, destroying capabilities, capacities, and potential. We also address a call to their governments, after accomplishing this shared dream, to plan seriously and work towards ideal and wise employment of financial surpluses in building a strong economic renaissance and improving the livelihood of the poor classes first and foremost, and transitioning all their people's sons to a world of prosperity. Distinguished attendees, we have a historic opportunity before us. Our Islamic nation is not poor. Rather, it is the richest of the world's nations. Our Islamic countries possess 65% of the world's oil reserves and 45% of the world's gas reserves, and huge treasures of gold mines and precious minerals, and fertile lands, water, a workforce, and ambitious youth. So why do we live as poor people? Why do our governments borrow from the International Monetary Fund under humiliating conditions, while our wealth overflows and suffices to achieve prosperity for our peoples? The time has come for us to be masters of our monetary decision and to liberate ourselves from the colonization of the illusory currency and the mirage of its virtual power, and to reject policies of economic and monetary humiliation through the false policies of American hegemony. Therefore, I reiterate my call to all of you, to Islamic economic solidarity, to establishing an independent Islamic monetary system and a global Islamic currency, to rejecting financial guardianship by the International Monetary Fund and others. For the Islamic nation, which owns more than half of the wealth and bounties of the globe, it is not permissible for it to live on crumbs. And the nation upon whom Allah the Almighty revealed in the decisive Quran, so do not weaken and do not grieve, for you will be superior if you are believers. It is not permissible for it to be humiliated, submissive, despised, and poor in the global economic and monetary market. I hope to find listening ears, for hope still exists, the path has become clear, and collective will and the synergy of joint efforts are all we need from you. And peace be upon you and the mercy of Allah and His blessings.
We need more claps. And we wish best wishes and duas to Sheikh Mohsen for his health. Now we would request the IT team to play the pre-recorded keynote speech of Mr. Galev Damir. He is the CEO of the Investment and Venture Fund of Republic of Tatarstan, Russia. I invite Mr. Galev Damir. He is the CEO of the Investment and Venture Fund of the Republic of Tatarstan, Russia. And is all the way live from Russia. Sir, welcome to this conference. I hope you can hear us.
Hello, dear colleagues. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
सुबैयल इनका
Yes,
माइक
sir, you are
अनम्यूट
audible.
करें सुबैयल इनका माइक अनम्यूट करें
So, okay, I shall start, dear colleagues. So, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's both an honor and privilege to stand before you today at the 9th World Islamic Economic Forum Conference, a gathering of visionary leaders, innovative thinkers, and bold investors who believe in the premise of ethical finance and collaborative prosperity. So, 2 words before I will start. My name is Damir Galiyev. I represent Investment and Venture Fund of Republic Tatarstan. I hope that you had the chance to look at a small video before my speech. It was about Tatarstan, part of Russian Federation, a republic with Muslim population. And before my key thesis, let me describe you a little bit more about our fund, how it works, how we organize our work. So to do that, I will share my screen and show you some presentation materials. So, by the way, Tatarstan, we say that it's a gateway to the Muslim world. And our leader, Mr. Rustam Minhaj, he's a leader of working group, Russian Islamic World. And in this working group, he also acts like leader who's in charge of investment opportunities and investment projects between different countries. Why Tatarstan? In our rating systems, we are number 1 in the most key, in the most innovative and in the key economic numbers. And what we do, actually, we organize the system which help to support projects on each technology readiness layer. For example, for early stages, we work like a non-commercial financial institution. For later stages, we work like a commercial fund. We focus on profit and support also projects in terms of Islamic finance. Tatarstan is a republic where Islamic finance is developing, because in Russian Federation today we have an experiment on starting the principles of Islamic finance in traditional convenient system. And only 4 regions, they have an acceptance to do this experiment, and Tatarstan is a leader. By the way, one of our subsidiary companies, Ijara Leasing. With Ijara Leasing, we are number 1 in Russia in terms of non-banking financial services. And where we get projects, we act actively with universities, because in Russia we have a federal program, technology entrepreneurship in universities. Also, we act with special economic zones. We have more than 25 generally big special economic zones, and in Tatarstan we have 2 of them. First one, Alabuga, is industrial focused. Innopolis is ICT focused, and today we're also developing the third one with focus on agrobiotechnologies. Next, we actively work with development institutions, other funds, both of commercial, non-commercial, government and private. And to organize the funnel, we organize 2 big events. First one is a Russian Venture Forum, which usually acts in April of each year, and Kazan Digital Week in September. All of them are focused on technologies and technology projects. Russian Venture Forum generally about investment projects from early stages to mature stages, and Kazan Digital Week is focused on ICT technologies in different industries. And the outback of this forums is the projects for our funnel. With 2 of this, with these events, we generate more than 1,000 projects for our instruments. So here is our investment mandate. You can see that we can cover all industries from pre-seed to IPOs, and focuses of our industries, they are based on chemical, petrochemical technologies, new materials, machinery and machinery and manufacturing, medicine and health. To do that, as I said, we have early stage support funds. It's like a university startup studio, like Lobachevsky Fund, which helped to go through the Death Valley for startups. Also, we work like Industrial Development Fund. So we provide with long-term and low-rated loans. And today we're also discussing how we can implement these principles in terms of Islamic finance. As a managing company, we organize funds. So, for example, the fund we run last year, in the end of last year, is a fund with a focus on small and medium tonnage chemistry. We actively work with universities, with industrial partners, and today with the same principles we are going to run 2 new funds. First one is focused on the technologies of building and construction, and the second one is focused on agrobiotechnologies. And generally, as I said, we also attract investors. In Tatarstan, we organize a special Sharia compliance committee, which helps private investors to join deal by deal to this funds deals. And generally, we're also going to start the separate fund, which can work in the principles of Islamic finance. And we are actively interested in finding partners for both a funnel and investments. And to discuss it, to organize the process, we just wanted to invite the Russian Venture Forum to Kazan Digital Week. That's all in 2 words about our fund, about our activities. But key theses, they will be spoken in next minutes, because as I look at the time, I'm already on finishing of my time, and I just wanted to say some words about about them, how we can collaborate, how we can do any activities in terms of Islamic finance. and how we can collaborate in terms of two countries. So if I will speak about the transformative power of Sharia compliant investment and Islamic finance, and the journey that has brought us to this point, a journey rooted in history, strengthened by present collaboration and brimming with future opportunity, especially between Russia and Pakistan generally, and notably partly the Republic Tatarstan. Russia and Pakistan, while geographically distinct, share a remarkable trajectory of bridging cultures, commerce, and cooperation. Russia's historic role as an Eurasian powerhouse and Pakistan's strategic position at the crossroad of South and Central Asia have made both countries natural partners in trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange. The Republic of Tatarstan, as a vibrant and dynamic region within the Russian Federation, stands out at the center of innovation, entrepreneurship, and the cultural diversity, including a significant Muslim population that resonates with ethos of Islamic finance. For decades, we have witnessed diplomatic engagement, educational exchange, and gross economic interaction between Karachi and Kazan, Moscow and Lahore. Yet today we stand on the verge of a new era of strategic economic cooperation, fueled not by hydrocarbons alone, but by ethical capital, sustainable frameworks, and Sharia-compliant investment. So about the present reality. The global financial landscape is rapidly evolving. Investors, governments, and institutions are increasingly seeking financial systems that are ethical, resilient, and sustainability-oriented, and that are characteristics in strict to Islamic finance. The principles of risk-sharing, asset-backed financing, and prohibition of exclusive uncertainty are not just religious imperatives, they are sound economic principles that enhance stability and inclusivity. In Russia, especially in economic centers such as Moscow and Tatarstan, we see the emergence of financial actors and policymakers who are engaging with Islamic financial concepts. This includes increased interest in sukuk issuance, Islamic finance windows, and cooperation by the Islamic finance institution. By the way, in the end of last year, in the December of 2025, the center of WIEFC was opened in Kazan, and we also hope that it can start. It can make let us make more moves, like window through Russia, through the Kazan for Islamic finance, and from Russia, from Tatarstan to the Islamic finance world.
Pakistan. I would like to request you to conclude the session within 4 to 5 minutes, as we are short of time.
Okay, I see. Thank you. So in the end, Tatarstan, Pakistan access a model of mutual prosperity as a prepared. It's especially fitting to acknowledge that the role of Tatarstan is an evolving partnership. With its sophisticated industrial base, educational institutions, and progressive leadership, Tatarstan is unique, poised to act as a bridge between European and Islamic financial frameworks. The growing relationships between Tatarstan and Pakistan, from academic exchange to business forums, illustrates how regional cooperation can transcend borders and build sustainable prosperity. Together, we can unlock investment pathways in halal manufacturing hubs, cross-border logistics and supply chains, and innovation ecosystems that align with Islamic finance principles. And finalizing, ladies and gentlemen, again, wanted to invite you to the 20th anniversary Russian Venture Forum. So if you have any additional questions, I'm ready to ask in very operative way through digital channels, and we have Dr. Mughis Shaukat there with you, who is our colleague, and he can explain more to you on REF and working together. Thank you very much for your time and for the chance to being with you and present our opportunities.
Thank you for the enlightening perspectives. Dear audience, please join me in welcoming
Mr. Afzal Chaudhry, renowned writer, businessman, and former spokesperson, Pakistan Overseas Ministry, to the conference. It is an honor for me to introduce the next keynote speaker, Dr. Amjad Saqib, founder and chairman, Akhuwat Pakistan. Dr. Saqib's pioneering work in interest-free microfinance is a living example of Islamic economic principles in action. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Amjad Saqib for the next keynote speech.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Very Honorable Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri Sahab, Deputy Chairman Board of Governors, Mohtarma Meri Behan Anika Malik Sahiba, Dr. Sajid Mahmood, Dr. Ishaq Sahab, Dr. Khurram Shahzad, اور ہم سب کے دوست جناب ڈاکٹر مغیث شوکت صاحب جو کچھ پردہ نشین ہو چکے ہیں کم از کم میرے لیے. خواتین حضرات, اٹس اے گریٹ پلیئر اینڈ آنر کہ آپ کی اس نویں کانفرنس میں ایک شمع جو آپ نے روشن کی 9 سال پہلے, الحمدللہ کہ اس شمع کی روشنی بڑھتی چلی جا رہی ہے. تو اسلامک فائنانس اس حوالے سے گفتگو, اور پھر نئے لوگ, نئے طالب علم اور ہمارے اساتذہ. تو یہ جو کانفرنس ہے اس کا مقصد بھی آپ کو علم ہے, اور اس مقصد کے اوپر 2 روز خصوصی گفتگو بھی ہوئی. میں چند باتیں یہ کہنا چاہوں گا کہ کون ہے جو نہیں جانتا کہ اسلامک فائنانس کیا ہے, یا اسلام کیا ہے, اور کیا اسلام کے جو معاشی اصول ہیں وہ عہد حاضر کے مسائل کا حل ہیں یا نہیں ہیں. کون ہے جو نہیں جانتا کہ اسلامک فائنانس کا مطلب یہ ایک انسٹرومنٹ ہے, اٹس ناٹ این اینڈ ان ٹو اٹ سیلف. اس کا مقصد ایک ایسے معاشرے کی تشکیل ہے جس میں ہر شخص کو عزت اور احترام سے زندہ رہنے کا موقع ملے. اسلامک فائنانس ایک فلاحی ریاست کے قیام کے لیے ایک بنیادی کردار ادا کرنے کا نام ہے. اور پھر کیا ہے اسلامک فائنانس؟ اس فلاحی کام کے علاوہ سود سے پرہیز, اخلاقیات, دولت کی مساوی تقسیم, اور میں تو کئی دفعہ کہتا ہوں کہ اس دھرتی پہ جو کچھ ہے وہ رب کا ہے, اور جو رب کا ہے وہ سب کا ہے. تو دولت کی مساوی تقسیم. اور ڈاکٹر محبوب الحق بہت بڑے اکانومسٹ تھے, وہ کہتے تھے کہ کسی بھی ملک کی ترقی, کسی بھی معاشرے کی عظمت کا راز جی ڈی پی میں اضافہ یا ویلتھ میں اضافے کا نام نہیں ہے. کریشن آف ویلتھ ایک چیز ہے, لیکن ڈسٹریبیوشن آف ویلتھ اس سے بھی بڑی چیز ہے. تو اسلام بہت سے بت توڑتا ہے, بہت سے مغالطوں کو ختم کرتا ہے. پھر دولت کی تقسیم میں زکوٰۃ ہے, صدقات ہے, وراثت ہے, وقف ہے. تو یہ ساری کی ساری چیزیں ہمیں علم ہیں, لیکن اس کے باوجود جیسے ابھی ہمارے ایک محترم مقرر کہہ رہے تھے کہ 65% آف دی آئل ویلتھ از ود ان مسلم کنٹریز, 45% آف دی گیس ریسورسز آر ود ان مسلم کنٹریز. تو سونے چاندی کا ایک انبار ہے. دولت کس قدر زیادہ اور کس قدر فراوانی ہے اس کی مسلم ممالک میں, لیکن اس کے مقابلے میں دیکھیے نا کہ غربت بھی ہم میں ہی زیادہ ہے. پاکستان دیکھ لیں, بنگلہ دیش دیکھ لیں, افغانستان دیکھ لیں, افریقہ کے مسلم کنٹریز دیکھ لیں. تو جب ہم یہ جانتے ہیں کہ جو کچھ ہے وہ رب کا ہے، للہ ما فی السماوات و ما فی الارض، اور لہو ما فی السماوات و ما فی الارض، اور ہم یہ بھی جانتے ہیں جب اللہ تعالیٰ نے فرمایا کہ اے رسول صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم، یہ لوگ پوچھتے ہیں کہ ہم خدا کی راہ میں کیا دیں، تو ان کو بتا دو کہ جو ضرورت سے زائد ہے۔ گویا ہم جانتے ہیں کہ زندگی خواہشوں کی صلیب پر لٹک کر گزرنے کا نام نہیں ہے، زندگی ضرورت کے مطابق زندہ رہنے کا نام۔ یعنی خدا کہتا ہے کہ جو ضرورت سے زائدہ دے دو، تو کتنا حسین تصور ہے کہ ضرورت کا تعین اور اس کی ذمہ داری بھی ہمیں دی گئی ہے۔ مجھے ڈیفائن کرنا ہے کہ میری ضرورت کیا ہے، 1 لاکھ، 10 لاکھ، 1 کروڑ، 10 کروڑ، 1 گھر، 2 گھر، اس سے جو بھی زائد ہے وہ چونکہ خدا کا ہے، اسی کی طرف سے عطا ہوتا ہے، اسی کی طرف سے انعام ملتا ہے، تو پھر وہ میرا نہیں ہے، میں تقسیم کار ہوں اس کا۔ تو اسلامک فائنانس کے بارے میں بڑی فصاحت و بلاغت سے بھرپور تقاریر ہوتی ہیں، اور بہت ماڈلز پیش کیے جاتے ہیں، اور بہت ریسرچ پیپرز، تحقیق اور جستجو، لیکن اس سب کے باوجود اور دولت کے انبار کے باوجود یہ تقسیم کا عمل کیوں نہیں ہو رہا؟ تو اس کانفرنس نے یقیناً اس چیز پہ غور کیا ہوگا، لیکن میں بالاصرار اس امر پر آپ کی توجہ دلانا چاہوں گا کہ کب تک ہم گفتگو کریں گے، گفتن، نشستن، برخاستن، یہ عمل کی جو دشوار گزار راستے ہیں، یہ جو چوٹیاں ہیں، یہ جو صحرا ہیں، یہ جو پہاڑ ہیں، ان کو کون عبور کرے گا؟ کتنے یونیورسٹیز ہیں، کتنے اساتذہ، محترم اساتذہ کرام ہیں، اور ہر سال 20 نہیں سینکڑوں کتابیں لکھی جاتی ہیں اسلامک فائنانس کے، جو مختلف امور ہے ان کے اوپر بڑی سیر حاصل بحث ہوتی۔ لیکن حتمی بات یہ ہے کہ what difference we have been able to create، یہ فائنینشیل انکلوژن، یہ انکلوژن کی دنیا ہے، فائنینشیل انکلوژن، پولیٹیکل انکلوژن، سوشل انکلوژن، اور اس انکلوژن کا نہ ہونا ایک بے رحم معاشرے کی دلیل ہے۔ تو ہم نے کیا کیا؟ کیوں نہیں ہم کہتے کہ جو کچھ میرا ہے اس میں اوروں کا بھی حصہ ہے؟ ہم کہتے ہیں کہ ہم تو سیلف میڈ ہیں، ہم نے دولت اپنے زور بازو سے کمائی ہے۔ تو میں پوچھتا ہوں کہ کوئی شخص کا وہ کتنا ہی ذہین اور قابل ہو، اگر کسی صحرا میں پیدا ہو تو پھر وہاں سے وہ لکھ پتی، کروڑ پتی اور ارب پتی بنا کر تو دکھائے۔ یہ جو کچھ ہے جو خدا کی رحمت کے ساتھ پھر ہمارے اس معاشرے کی کنٹریبیوشن ہے، ہزارہ سال سے علم کے جو چراغ روشن ہوئے ہیں ان کا حاصل ہے ہماری دولت۔ اس معاشرے میں اسٹیک ہولڈرز نہیں ہیں، کلائنٹس نہیں ہیں، کنزیومرز نہیں ہیں، ٹیکنالوجی نہیں ہے، تو ایک شخص کیسے دولت کما سکتا ہے؟ تو ان دو امور کی طرف میں آپ کی توجہ دلانا چاہتا ہوں کہ ہم خدا پہ یقین نہیں بھی رکھتے تو بھی ہمارا یہ فرض ہے کہ جو کچھ ہمیں ملا وہ ہمارا نہیں ہے، بہت سے لوگوں کا اس میں حصہ ہے۔ اور پھر اگر ہم خدا پہ یقین رکھتے ہیں پھر تو کوئی بات ہی دوسری نہیں ہے۔ کیا کردار تھا نبی پاک صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم کا اور ان کے اصحاب کا؟ تو ایک راستہ جو ہے وہ ہم نے بھی ڈھونڈنے کی کوشش کی۔ یہ بات تو طے ہے کہ سرمایہ دارانہ نظام سے دولت کے جمع غفیر کو جمع کرنے سے زندگی خوبصورت نہیں ہو سکتی، غربت ختم نہیں ہو سکتی، کسی ماں کے آنسو نہیں پوچھے جا سکتے، 2.5 کروڑ بچے جو پاکستان میں اسکول سے باہر ہیں ان کو اسکول میں نہیں لایا جا سکتا۔ یہ سارے کام بھیک سے نہیں ہوں گے، کیونکہ بھیک تو عزت نفس پہ ایک بہت بڑا داغ ہے، اور جس نے ایک بار زندگی میں کاسائے گدائی اٹھا کر کسی کے در نیاز پہ دستک دے دی وہ ساری عمر فقیر رہے گا۔ شخص ہو یا معاشرہ ہو یا قوم ہو، بھکاری پن سے تو وہ زندگی میں کامیاب نہیں ہو سکتی۔ اور دوسری طرف وہ سرمایہ دارانہ نظام ہے جس نے ہمیں اپنے سحر میں گرفتار کر لیا۔ پنجہ یہود کے حوالے سے اقبال کی تعلیمات سے کون آگاہ نہیں ہے؟ تو یہ دو نظام ہم عام طور پر دیکھتے ہیں، بانٹ دو جی، تقسیم اس طرح سے کرو کہ کسی شخص کو بھکاری بنا دو، اس کے اندر جو صلاحیت ہے، جو تخلیقی قوت ہے، اس کو آپ ختم کر دو، آگے بڑھنے کی جستجو کو ختم کر دو، اس کو محکوم بنا لو، اس کی سوچ اور فکر کو یکسر ختم کر دو، اور پھر ظلم ہے، جبر ہے، استحصال ہے، کسی کے حصے کی خوشیاں چھین لینا، اس سارے نظام کا عنوان سرمایہ دارانہ نظام ہے۔ تو ہم نے جو تھوڑی بہت تحقیق کی، بہت بڑے بڑے لوگ بیٹھے ہیں، ڈاکٹر حسین محی الدین، اور کس قدر زیادہ علم و ادب کے رسیہ میرے روبرو، مجھے تسلیم ہے کہ ایک کہکشاں ہے جس کے درخشندہ ستارے اپنی آب و تاب کے ساتھ ہمارے سینوں کو روشن کرتے ہیں، لیکن ایک چیز ہے مواخات۔ مواخات کیا ہے کہ ایک شخص ایک شخص کو دوست بناتا ہے، ایک شخص ایک شخص کو کہتا ہے کہ تمہارے دکھ میرے ہیں اور میری خوشیاں تمہاری ہیں، اور یہ کوئی افلاطونی تصور نہیں ہے، یہ ایک حقیقی معاملہ ہے۔ 1450 برس قبل کچھ لوگوں نے کہا کہ ہم انصار ہیں، تم مہاجر ہو۔ انصار بہت کچھ صاحب حیثیت ہونے کا استعارہ ہے، اور مہاجر غربت ہے، محرومی ہے، تنہائی ہے۔ تو کیوں نہ ایک شخص ایک شخص کو اپنا لے؟ اور کس نے کہا کہ یہ اپنائیت کا عمل راہ نجات ہے؟ اللہ کے رسول صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم نے کہا۔ نہ ریاست تھی، نہ کوئی مالیاتی ادارے تھے، سود کا چرچا تھا، پنجہ یہود انسانیت کی گردن پہ پیوست تھا۔ تو اس وقت ایک بڑا سادہ سا نظام پیش کیا گیا۔ زندگی کے گنجلک اور پیچیدہ ترین معاملات کا حل بہت سادہ اصولوں میں ہوتا ہے۔ وہ سادہ یہ اصول یہ تھا کہ ایک شخص کو کہا گیا کہ تم ایک شخص کو اپنے گھر لے جاؤ، اور پھر دیکھیں ایثار اور قربانی کی کیسی لازوال مثال قائم ہوتی ہے کہ ایک شخص ایک شخص کو گھر لے جا کے کہتا ہے کہ جو کچھ بھی ہے آدھا تمہارا ہے۔ اور پھر دیکھیں دوسری طرف سے عزت نفس کیا ہے کہ عبد الرحمن بن عوف رضی اللہ تعالیٰ عنہ کہتے ہیں نہیں مجھے کچھ نہیں چاہیے، بازار کا راستہ دکھا دو، میری گواہی بن جاؤ، میری شہادت دے دو۔ اور پھر کیا ہوا؟ چند ہی سالوں میں کئی ہزار اونٹوں پر مشتمل تجارت کا قافلہ اسی عبد الرحمن بن عوف رضی اللہ تعالیٰ عنہ کا آتا تھا۔ تو یہ ایک غیر فانی تصور ہے، اخلاقی، سیاسی، سماجی، معاشی بت توڑنے کا نام ہے مواخات، اپنی ذات کے حصار سے نکل کر کسی اور کو اپنا بنانے کا نام۔ تو یہ جو تصور ہے اس کو پاکستان پہ اگر آپ لاگو کرتے ہیں تو 50% لوگ غریب ہیں، خط افلاس سے نیچے ہیں، علم نہیں ہے، جہالت ہے، روشنی نہیں ہے، دکھ ہیں، درد ہے، بیماری ہے، امید بھی نہیں ہے۔ وہ کیا کہتے ہیں کہ بڑھ گئی ہے نا امیدی اس قدر، آرزو کی آرزو ہونے لگی۔ یعنی 50% لوگ جو ہیں یہ آرزو سے محروم ہیں، امید ہی نہیں ہے۔ وہ کہتے ہیں کہ بس اسی کشمکش میں زندگی کا آخری سانس لیں گے اور پھر من و مٹی تلے دفن ہو جائیں گے۔ لیکن کچھ 50% لوگ تو ایسے ہیں جو خوشحال ہیں، جو میری طرح ہیں، کوٹ پہنتے ہیں، ٹائی لگاتے ہیں، ہنستے ہیں، کھیلتے ہیں، گاڑی میں سفر کرتے ہیں، جن کے بچے اچھے اسکولوں میں پڑھتے ہیں۔ تو کیوں نہیں یہ 50% اور یہ 50% آپس میں مواخات کا وہی رشتہ قائم کر لیں؟ ایک شخص کو یہی کہے گا نا کہ تم میرے دوست ہو، تم میرے بھائی ہو، اور میں تمہیں اپنی ساری دولت بے شک نہ دوں، بھلے نہ دوں۔ ہم نے تو جب یہ مواخات کا یہ پیغام پھیلانا شروع کیا تو ہم نے کہا کہ 1 لاکھ روپے یا 50,000 روپے دے دو، اور ایک شخص کو اپنے پاؤں پر کھڑا ہونے کے لیے فائنینشیل انڈیپینڈنس۔ اسلامک فائنانس کیا ہے؟ فائنینشیل انڈیپینڈنس ہے نا، کہ مجھے مالی وسائل کے لیے کسی کے در نیاز پہ جھکنا نہ پڑے، میں اپنا کاروبار کروں، میں انٹرپرینوریل ایبلٹیز کو ہارنس کروں، انفولڈ کروں۔ تو وہ کیسے ہو سکتا ہے؟ ایک آدمی اچھا بھلا ہے، وہ ایبل باڈیڈ ہے، اس کو آپ بھوک کیوں دیں؟ اس کو کہیں جاؤ جا کے کاروبار کرے، جیسے اللہ کے رسول صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم نے کہا کہ جاؤ جا کر لکڑیاں اکٹھی کرو اور بیچ ڈالو۔ تو ہمارے نزدیک جیسے میں نے پہلے کا عرض کیا کہ زیست مشکل ہے اسے اور بھی مشکل نہ بنا، الجھے مسائل اور الجھے حل. کبھی ہم ہارورڈ جاتے ہیں، آکسفورڈ جاتے ہیں، کیمبرج جاتے ہیں، جائے تو صحیح کوئی مدینہ کی گلیوں میں، وہاں آج بھی مواخات کی خوشبو آپ کو ملے گی. بہت محبت کا اظہار کرتے ہیں ہم اللہ کے رسول صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم سے. چلیں ان کی ایک بھولی بسری جو روایت ہے، جو سنت ہے، اسی کو اپنا لیں. تو یہ مواخات ہے، اور ڈاکٹر صاحب نے بھی اس پہ کام کیا، ہم نے بھی کام کیا. 70 لاکھ قرضے، 40 لاکھ خاندان، 2.5-3 کروڑ افراد. میں نہیں کہتا کہ ان کی غربت ختم ہو گئی، لیکن کم از کم یہ ایک قدم تو ہے. ہر منزل جو ہے وہ کسی نئی منزل کا پہلا سنگ میل ہوتی ہے. ہم ایک منزل پہ پہنچے ہیں، اور وہ منزل یہ ہے کہ لوگوں کو یہ احساس ہوا ہے کہ غربت کی اس کشمکش میں ہم اکیلے نہیں ہیں. اس معاشرے میں کچھ لوگ ایسے ہیں جن کے کندھے پہ سر رکھ کے ہم 2 آنسو بہا سکتے ہیں. تو اس کے بعد صلاح عام ہے یاران نقطہ داں کے لیے، جس قدر زیادہ خواہشوں کے انبار سے نکلیں گے اور جس قدر زیادہ اپنی ضرورت کے مطابق زندگی بسر کریں گے، اسی قدر زیادہ ان وسائل کی فراوانی ہوگی. اور وہ ماں جو دوا کے لیے ترستی ہے، اور وہ بچہ جو تعلیم حاصل کرنا چاہتا ہے، جس کے خواب جڑے ہوئے ہیں اچھی تعلیم سے. آپ دیکھیے تو صحیح کہ 2.5 کروڑ بچہ جس معاشرے میں، کیسا یہ اسلامی معاشرہ ہے جس میں 2.5 کروڑ بچہ طلب علم کی طرف رواں دواں ہی نہیں. میں ایک چھوٹے سے پرائمری اسکول میں ٹوٹے پھوٹے وہاں پڑھتا تھا، تو اس کی پیشانی پہ ایک شعر مجھے بہت یاد آتا ہے کہ ایک مقدس فرض کی تکمیل ہوتی ہے جہاں، قسمت نوع بشر تبدیل ہوتی ہے یہاں. تو یہ قسمت نوع بشر کب تبدیل ہوگی؟ کب انسانیت کا سفر طے ہوگا؟ کب انسان آدمیت سے نکل کے انسانیت میں حلقہ بگوش میں آئے گا؟ تو یہ اسی وقت ہوگا جب ایکوٹیبل ڈسٹریبیوشن آف ریسورسز ہوگی، جب ہم سمجھیں گے کہ للہ ما فی السماوات و ما فی الارض. تو اسلامک فائنانس کے نام پر ٹھیک ہے گفتگو، بحث، مکالمہ، ایکسچینج آف آئیڈیاز، نئے تصورات. لیکن کسی بزرگ نے کہا کہ دنیا میں علم سب سے بڑی چیز ہے. لیکن کچھ عرصہ، کچھ وقفہ، کچھ لمحوں کے بعد، وہ توقف کے بعد وہ بولے نہیں، علم سے بھی ایک بڑی چیز ہے، اور وہ ہے عمل. اور پھر انہوں نے چند لمحے توقف کیا اور کہنے لگے کہ علم سے بھی ایک بڑی چیز ہے اخلاص. کیا؟ کس کے لیے؟ کیوں؟ میں کون ہوں؟ کس کے لیے کرنا چاہتا ہوں؟ کس کو جواب دے ہوں؟ اور پھر انہوں نے کہا کہ ایک چوتھی چیز ہے جو سب سے بڑی ہے، وہ ہے انکسار. یہ جو ایروگنس ہے، علم کی ایروگنس ہے، وسائل کی ایروگنس ہے، اپنی ذات کی برتری کا جو سودا ہمارے اندر سمایا ہوا ہے. تو میں مختصر کروں گا اپنی گفتگو. کتنے اچھے لوگ بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں. انیکا بہن سے ہم نے بہت کچھ سیکھا ہے، آپ سے بھی سیکھا ہے. لیکن میں صرف یہ کہوں گا کہ سیکھنا ختم کریں، عمل کی دشوار گزار راہوں میں، گھاٹیوں میں اتریں. وہ کچھ بھی نہیں کرنا. میں آپ کو پورے حتمی طور پر خدا پہ مکمل یقین کے ساتھ کہتا ہوں کہ اگر پاکستان میں مواخات کے معنی ہماری سمجھ آ جائیں، اور ایک شخص یہاں پر 200-300 لوگ بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں، اگر ہم آج فیصلہ کریں کہ ہم نے اپنے محلے میں، اپنے گاؤں میں، اپنے دوستوں میں، اپنے رشتہ داروں میں ایک شخص کو کہنا کہ تم میرے ہو، میں تمہارے لیے ہوں، یا تو میں تمہیں کاروبار کراؤں گا یا میں تمہارے بچے کو پڑھا دوں گا. انٹر جنریشنل پاورٹی جو ہے، یہ مولو مسلی کب انسان بنے گا؟ یہ آج کا موچی، آج کا ترخان، آج کا بھٹا مزدور، یہ نسل در نسل اسی ظلم و ستم، بربریت اور وحشت کا شکار کیوں ہے؟ اس لیے کہ ہم نے اسے اپنا نہیں سمجھا، اپنا نہیں بنایا. تو یہ مواخات کا فلسفہ کوئی بہت مشکل نہیں ہے بلکہ بے انتہا آسان ہے. ہم الحمدللہ بڑی دیر سے یہ مواخات کی بات کر رہے ہیں. ہم خود کو مواخات کا مؤذن بھی کہتے ہیں, اور مؤذن کی جب آواز گونجتی ہے تو ہزاروں لوگ, سینکڑوں لوگ, بیسیوں لوگ سنتے ہیں, چند لوگ نماز پڑھنے کے لیے آتے ہیں. تو اس حوالے سے اس آواز کو بھی 25 برس گزر گئے, لیکن ہمیں تو بہت خوشی اور مسرت ہے کہ بہت سے لوگ جوک در جوک اس کارواں کا حصہ بن رہے ہیں. تو میں کہنا یہی چاہوں گا کہ ہم سب اگر انصار کا روپ دھار لیں, اور ہجرت کیا ہے, مہاجر کون ہے, لیونگ دی کمفرٹ زون, دکھ اور درد, پرصعوبت سفر ایک بڑے مقصد کے لیے, تو ایسے ہی کسی شخص کو ڈھونڈیں اور اس کو کہیں کہ میں تمہارا دوست ہوں. تو اسلامک فائنانس کو ایک پاپولر جہت بھی دینی چاہیے. اسلامک فائنانس صرف درسگاہوں کی ڈومین میں نہیں, یہ گلی کوچوں میں بھی جانا چاہیے. اسلامک فائنانس کے اوپر بڑے بڑے مکالمے اور بڑے بڑے ریسرچ پیپرز لکھنے کی بجائے یہ تو ایک عام سی بات ہے. پیپل ٹو پیپل فائنانس کیوں نہیں ہوتا, کمیونٹی فائنانس کیوں نہیں ہوتا, سالیڈیرٹی اکانومی کی بات کیوں نہیں ہوتی. تو ہمیں اپنے علم کو دستگاہوں سے نکال کر کچی بستیوں میں, وہ جس کی روشنی کچے گھروں تک بھی پہنچتی ہے, نہ وہ سورج نکلتا ہے نہ اپنے دن بدلتے ہیں, تو ایسی بستیوں میں ہم کیوں نہیں جاتے جہاں پر عملی مسائل ہیں. تو میں معافی چاہتا ہوں اگر میری کوئی بات گراں گزری ہو. رکھیو غالب مجھے اس تلخ نوائی پہ معاف, آج کچھ درد میرے دل میں سوا ہوتا ہے. تو میں اس خوبصورت تقریب اور اس کانفرنس کے حوالے سے یہ کہوں گا کہ اس کانفرنس کے جو نتائج ہیں ان کو ہمیں خلق خدا کے ساتھ بھی شیئر کرنا ہے. اور جو ہم نے سیکھا ہے وہ مواخات ہے, نہ یہ بھیک ہے نہ یہ سرمایہ دارانہ نظام ہے. یہ تو بس ایک عشق ہے, ایک جنون ہے, ایک پاگل پن ہے, ایثار اور قربانی کا ایک راستہ ہے, اور اس کائنات, اس دنیا کی سب سے عظیم ہستی کا بتایا ہوا ایک پیغام ہے جس کے اندر تمام تر مسائل جو ہیں ان کا حل چھپا ہوا ہے. تو میں آپ کو مبارکباد پیش کرتا ہوں ڈاکٹر صاحب, اور جتنے معزز ہمارے پینلسٹ ہیں, باقی لوگ ہیں. تو میں معافی چاہتا ہوں, میں انگریزی مجھے بولنی نہیں آتی, اس لیے میں انگریزی میں بات نہیں کرتا. وہ کہتے ہیں کہ سلیقے سے ہواؤں میں جو خوشبو گھول سکتے ہیں, ابھی کچھ لوگ باقی ہیں جو اردو بول سکتے ہیں. تو اس لیے میں نے بات کی ہے کہ میں نے اکثر محسوس کیا ہے کہ بچوں کے دلوں میں بھی انگریزی جو ہے وہ جا کے وہ تاثر کے کواڑ نہیں کھولتی. تو پھر سے آخر میں یہی کہوں گا کہ مواخات, اسلامک فائنانس کی مختلف جہتیں ہیں, جو مرضی آپ کہہ لیں, قرض حسن, مشارکہ, مرابحہ, اجارہ, یہ سب چیزیں تو اس کی ایک پروڈکٹس ہیں نا. اس پروڈکٹ کے پیچھے جب تک یہ جذبہ, سوچ اور فکر نہیں ہے مواخات کہ ایک شخص کو ہم نے اپنا دوست بنانا ہے, اپنا بھائی بنانا ہے, بس جب دن یہ ہو گیا اس دن آپ سمجھیں کہ یہ جو 65% آئل کے وسائل ہیں اور 45% گیس کے وسائل ہیں, یہ کسی ایک بادشاہ کے نہیں ہیں, یہ خلق خدا کے ہیں, یہ خدا کے ہیں. اور اس دھرتی پہ جو کچھ ہے وہ رب کا ہے, جو رب کا ہے وہ سب کا ہے. بہت شکریہ.
Thank you very much. Indeed, your perspectives have enriched our understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have reached to the conclusion of this enlightening conference, it is an honor for me to invite conference convener, Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad, for conference synthesis, declaration, and vote of thanks.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to all distinguished participants, honorable guests, scholars, policymakers, and practitioners of the 9th World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference. The conference brought together leading international and local experts, scholars, regulators, industrialists, practitioners, to deliberate on the evolving challenges and opportunities confronting Islamic economics and finance in an era of rapid technological change and global geopolitical uncertainty. In these 2 days, 24 high-quality papers were presented across 6 technical sessions, reflecting both theoretical advancements and applied policy-oriented research in Islamic economics, finance, governance, fintech, sustainability, and socio-economic development. The conference also featured 6 main keynote speeches, 12 session keynote addresses, and 4 in-depth panel discussions, making the 2 days of this conference intellectually rich and globally engaging. Alongside international contributors and senior policymakers and regulators from Pakistan, including representatives from the State Bank of Pakistan, the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, banks, academia, and the Islamic finance industry, they all played a central role in bridging research, regulation, and practice. The conference has become a genuinely international platform for academic discourse, with practitioners coming from over 12 countries, and the international speakers were 20, along with 12 foreign paper presenters. And they all covered the regions, world regions such as Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Africa, Europe, and Australia. A key intellectual highlight of WIEFC 2026 was the keynote address by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, which offered a profound and original contribution to the contemporary Islamic economic discourse by examining labor rights through an Islamic moral, legal, and institutional lens. His address emphasized that labor is not merely a factor of production in Islam, rather it is trust endowed with dignity, rights, and protections rooted in justice, adl, compassion, rahmah, and social responsibility. He argued that Islamic economics provides a holistic framework for labor relations that transcends wage contracts to encompass job security, fair compensation, workplace dignity, and collective welfare, an approach especially relevant in the age of automation, artificial intelligence, and platform-based economics. Dear audience, based on the reflections and deliberations of these two days conference under the theme Envisioning the Next Frontier in Islamic Economics and Finance, AI Transformation, and Geopolitical Realignments, the declaration of this conference also complement the declarations of the previous conferences. The organizers and delegates of the conference hereby announce the following. This year's declaration shall be known as the Declaration for the Future Resilience of Islamic Economics and Finance, serving as an official document and resolution of this conference. Number 1, it is recognized that the principles of Islamic economics and finance offer viable solutions to contemporary global challenges, especially those arising from artificial intelligence, digital transformation, climate stress, and geopolitical realignments. Second, it falls upon us to apply these principles at the individual, institutional, and state level, ensuring that economic progress is anchored in justice, dignity, social welfare, and real sector development. Third, adoption of these principles require true faith and conviction, because technology can amplify either ethical integrity or failure. Therefore, aligning innovation with Sharia purpose is now a defining challenge for both Islamic finance and Islamic social finance. Fourth, the conference emphasizes that ethical AI must be approached through the lens of Maqasid al-Sharia, requiring transparency, accountability, fairness, and Sharia oversight in automated decision-making across banking, takaful, capital markets, fintech, so that efficiency gains must not come at the cost of exclusion or injustice. Fifth, in parallel, inclusive protection for vulnerable communities, particularly smallholders and low-income groups, should be advanced through equitable, scalable instruments, including an adaptive micro-takaful and risk management solutions supported by responsible analytics. I would request you all to raise your right hand to endorse this declaration if you agree with me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear participants and colleagues, I would like to express at the end my heartfelt gratitude, firstly to Almighty Allah, for making all of us capable enough, based on His invaluable blessings, that we are organizing this 9th conference. Being conference convener, I extend my sincere thanks to our sponsors, specifically Bank Al-Falah Islamic and Al-Sadiq Institute of Islamic Banking, Finance and Takaful as gold sponsors, and Pak Qatar Group as the silver sponsor. I'm also deeply thankful to our national and international collaborators and partners whose support strengthen the academic and institutional depth of this conference. These include Hamad bin Khalifa University, Qatar, INSEEF University, Malaysia as lead academic partners, the SACP of Pakistan as a strategic partner, and our knowledge partners are International Islamic University, Malaysia, University Islam Sultan Sharif Al Ali, Brunei Darul Salam, Bahrain Institute of Banking and Finance, Bahrain, Sunway University, Malaysia, Iranian Association of Islamic Finance, Iran, University of Technology, Malaysia, University Brunei Darus Salam, Setif One University, Algeria, University of Turin, Italy, University of Malaya, Malaysia, Cambridge Institute of Financial Analytics, UK, and Al-Sadiq Sharia Solutions. I'm also acknowledge our industrial partners such as Panisha Consulting and Global Islamic Finance Consultancy. I'm thankful to the tech partners such as Pakistan Blockchain Institute. I'm also thankful to our media partners, Islamic Finance News Malaysia and Discover Pakistan. In addition, I appreciate the continued academic contributions of the Center for Halal Research and Training, then the Center for Economic Planning and Development, and the International Center for Research in Islamic Economics and Finance. I also wish to express my gratitude to our international and national speakers, panelists, session chairs, moderators, for their invaluable contributions, which were pivotal to the success of the conference. Their scholarly insights and practical perspectives enrich the dialogue, strengthen its relevance, and advance the intellectual objectives of this conference. Dear colleagues, the patronage and vision provided by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri are the cause of our success every year. So, sir, on behalf of all my colleagues, I am thankful to you for your continued patronage, vision, and mentorship. A heartfelt gratitude to the Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University, Lahore, for his supervision and continuous support to this conference. Last but not the least, it is essential to recognize the tireless efforts of our entire team who year after year work with exceptional commitment to make this major event a huge success. So I'll start pronouncing some names which are very close and dear to all of us, and they are very much instrumental during all these conferences since 2018. First one is Dr. Muhammad Tayyib. He is the co-convener of this conference, also convener of the reception team who takes care of international guests, their boarding, lodging, and their local hospitality. I'm thankful to Mr. Hasnan Ali, Mr. Umair Abbas, Mr. Talha Yassin, and Mr. Asif Nazar from the conference secretariat, who played a crucial role in keeping us all connected via emails and WhatsApp chats. And sorry if some chats or the emails disturbed you late at nights, because this team kept on working 24 hours without taking care of the time, their sleep, anything. They just were determined to make this conference a huge success. So I would request a huge round of applause for my colleagues. Then I'm indebted to Mr. Dr. Bilal Zafar, who is the Secretary of Paper Review Committee, who did a great job. Even he's not physically here, but he virtually did this fantastic work. And he was the convener for the review committee who received more than 80 papers and then reviewed them and chosen 24 high-quality impact papers. I'm thankful to Major Sulaiman Jahangir Saab and Farhan Javed Saab for setting up this beautiful venue and providing us food and teas on time. I'm thankful to you, and I'm thankful to Mr. Abdul Rahman from the conference secretariat, his whole team for making this conference possible with the provision of funds. I'm thankful to Dr. Kashif. ये funds पे तालियां भी बनती थी अब्दुल रहमान साहब के लिए. So Dr. Kashif Durrani, Mufti Umar Farooq, Dr. Ijaz Islam, who are the conveners for registration committee, I'm thankful to all of them on behalf of the whole university because they got registered more than 500 participants of this conference. Then we are thankful to Dr. Muhammad Jawad Iqbal and his whole team. He was the convener of the hall management committee, along with Dr. Shafqat Rasool, who was the convener of kit compilation committee. Next, we are thankful to Ms. Samara Maqsood Qadri. She is the Secretary, Seekers Club, for managing and training the ushers for all such events, conferences, and convocations. Mr. Shahzad Rasool Saab and Qasim Ali Shah Saab, along with his team of Haji Isaaq Saab, Abdul Hafiz Chaudhry Saab, we are thankful to you for connecting us with the industrialists, with the corporate sector, and bringing in different banking representatives. We are thankful to Mr. Mohshim Siddiq, who is the convener of IT Sport team, for connecting us through Zoom, through Minhaj TV, and providing them the internet accessibility. I'm thankful to Nadeem Chaudhry Saab, who is the Director, Media and Production, and Tahir Shkil and his whole team. We are specifically thankful to Mr. Fraz Alam, Director, Advertising and Marketing, and Usman Siddiqui, because they renovated this 9th WIEFC and made it more colorful and lively. We are thankful to Umar Sahab from the social media team, Shehbaz Tahir Saab, Shokat Abrar Saab, because they all worked to propagate this conference timely on the social media. Then we are thankful to Nurullah Siddiqui Saab and his team, SN Irshad Saab and his team, Minhaj TV, complete team of Minhaj TV. They do have proper appreciation from our side because they keep us connecting to the international speakers and the participants. I'm also thankful to Mr. Suhair Raza Saab and his team for the timely, making sure of the timely visas of international speakers and guests. And then I would like to appreciate Ms. Tuba Khanam, Mr. Waleed Ahmad, Ms. Aksa Javed, Ms. Muqaddas Rashid, Mr. Waqas Ahmad, and Ayman. They were the coordinators of the different technical sessions and these main sessions. Dear colleagues, and then may Allah bless our collaboration and conversations over these 2 days. Let's work together to ensure our efforts yield meaningful results that benefit not just the attendees of this conference, but many others as well. May Allah keep us in His blessings and provide us with strength and wisdom to continue this platform with more service to Islamic economics, banking, and finance. See you at the 10th WIEFC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. You are requested to announce the best paper awards, please.
Thank you very much. I would request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri Saab, along with Vice Chancellor Saab, Dr. Amjad Saqib Saab, Dr. Anika, Mughis Shoka Saab, to please come forward in front of the stage, because it is our tradition to award 3 best papers every year to the best paper presenters and researchers. So the first best paper award is awarded to Ms. Rabiatul Atika Haji Mahli for her paper entitled Islamic Equities, Market Performance and Geopolitical Uncertainty, a Case of Saudi Arabia. In her absence, the award will be received on her behalf by her co-author, Dr. Muhammad Hairul Azreen from University Brunei Darus Salam. This paper stands out for its strong empirical rigor and timely examination of geopolitical uncertainty and its implications for Islamic equity markets, offering significant policy and investment insights. Our warm congratulations to Ms. Rabiatul Atika Haji Mahli, Professor Ishaq Bhatti, and Dr. Muhammad Hairul Azreen Haji from University Brunei Darussalam. A huge round of applause. They are being awarded 100,000 Pakistani rupees. The second best paper award goes to Ms. Qurratul Ain Fatima. Her paper was titled A Strategic Framework for Sharia-Compliant Digital Transformation, Enhancing the Global Competitiveness of Islamic Banks. Due to her absence, the award will be received on her behalf by her fellow researcher, Mr. Muhammad Ehsan. A huge round of applause, please. This paper presents a forward-looking and well-structured framework addressing one of the most critical challenges facing Islamic banking today, digital transformation and within Sharia boundaries. The third best paper award is conferred upon Mr. Muhammad Subhi Apriantoro for his paper entitled Public Perception of Islamic Banking, a Social Network Analysis. The study offers valuable insights into public sentiment and network dynamics surrounding Islamic banking, employing innovative and analytical techniques that contribute meaningfully to the existing literature. Congratulations to Mr. Subhi Apriantoro for this excellent contribution.
We will now proceed to the shield distribution ceremony. On behalf of Conference Secretariat and Minhaj University Lahore, I extend my appreciation to the organizing teams and the session coordinators who worked dedicatedly to this conference as a success. As a token of gratitude, I request the dignitaries to present the shield of appreciation to Ms. Muqaddas Rashid. Please join us in front of the stage. Ms. Umme Ayman, Ms. Aksa Javed, Mr. Waqas Ahmed, Ms. Tuba Khanam,
and Mr. Waleed Ahmed.
Waleed Ahmed. It's an honor for me to announce my name. I can announce it too.
You can announce yourself.
Now I invite Mr. Asif Nazar to receive his shield of appreciation for the invaluable services in the successful conduct of the conference. And Mr. Talha Yasir for his instrumental contribution in the conduct of this conference. I now request the dignitaries to present the souvenirs to the esteemed foreign guests as a token of gratitude. Dr. Anika Malik. Dr. Anika Malik, please receive your souvenir from the dignitaries. Dr. Mughis Shaukat. Dr. Hussain Mesmi. Professor Dr. Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti. Dr. Muhammad Hairul Azreen Haj Bisar. Dr. Hazik Muhammad. Professor Dr. Choki Borakpa, Professor Dr. Mehmet Babajan, Dr. Zahir Anwar from Malaysia, Dr. Mohammad Fauzi Abu Hussain.
We need more claps. I think most of you are sleeping now. Dr. Muhammad Zulkibri Abdul Majid from Saudi Arabia. Dr. Muhammad Shahid bin Muhammad Nu from Malaysia. Dr. Maya Puspa Rahman from Malaysia. Dr. Rasool Khan Sari from Iran. Dr. Maya Puspa Rahman. Dr. Rasool Khan Sari from Iran. Mr. Luqman Hakim from Indonesia. Mr. Fozul Hanif Noor from Indonesia. Muhammad Subhi from Indonesia. Dr. Fahmi Ali from Indonesia. Dr. Muhammad Mizanur Rahman from Bangladesh. Dr. Mufutua from Nigeria. Dr. Abdul Ibrahim from Nigeria. I'll request all the international participants to please come forward for the group photo. I request all the international participants to come forward along with the souvenirs for the group photo. वो कहाँ है? We are left with one souvenir that is for Dr. Amjad Saqib. A huge round of applause.
We are also thankful to the representatives of different banks for their collaboration in this conference. I request the representatives from different banks to receive their shields and souvenirs. Mr. Babar Ali from Bank Al-Falah. Mr. Babar Ali and Chaudhry Awais from Bank Al-Falah, Pakistan. The gold sponsor of the 9th International Islamic and Economics Conference. Representatives from UBL, United Bank Limited.
We are very much thankful to all the banks who taken part in this conference as collaborators, or then they were requested and then they have their stalls here for the awareness and campaign of this conference and for the awareness of Islamic banking and finance among different masses and among the participants of this conference. They really played a very contribution and significant contribution they do have in the success of this conference. We, on behalf of the conference secretariat, on behalf of Minhaj University Lahore, we are very much thankful to all the bank representatives who came here and who spent their whole 2 days here. Next bank.
Mr. Amir Saeed from Pak Qatar Takaful Bank, the silver sponsor of this conference. Mr. Amir Saeed, Mr. Suleiman Rashid and Mr. Jawad Akram from Sindh Bank. Mr. Zulfikar Ali Saeed, Head Islamic Banking Division Lahore from Bank of Punjab. Mohammad Usman Salim and Mr. Asad Iqbal from Bank of Punjab Taqwa Islamic. Mr. Usman Javed, General Manager Punjab Bank of Khyber. Mr. Ahmed Arif from Al Baraka Bank. Representatives from Silk Bank, Pakistan. Mr. Abdullah Habib from Elite Bank, Pakistan. Representatives of Soneri Bank. Representatives from MCB Islamic Bank. Representatives from National Bank Punjab. Rao Waqar Ahmed from Dubai Islamic Bank. Representatives from HBL Islamic Banking. Mr. Waqas Mahmood Qazi and Mr. Rafaqat Akram Bhatti from Faisal Bank Limited. Mr. Abdul Mustafa from Mizan Bank Limited. We are thankful to all the banks for their collaboration for the conference.
A shield for Discover Pakistan, and Mr. Suhair Raza will receive on behalf of Dr. Kaisar Rafiq, CEO, Discover Pakistan.
I also request Dr. Zaki bin Haji Zaini to receive his souvenir, please. Dr. Zaki bin Haji Zaini, please come forward and receive your souvenir from the dignitaries.
I would request the conveners, please come closer to the stage along with their teams for the group photos. I would request the conference conveners of different committees to please come forward along with their teams for the group photos with the conference chair and co-chairs. Please on the left side and on the right side. I would request please stand on the left side and on the right side.
Mr. Salman Jahangir, along with his team, Directorate of Administration.
First one for the group photo is Mr. Major Suleiman Jahangir, Director Administration, along with his team. And after him, there will be the group photo of Mr. Farhan Javed, along with his team. So I would request first Mr. Suleiman Jahangir to please come closer to the stage for their group photo. Thank you. Mr. Salman Jahangir Sahab, please come forward to have a group photo with the conference chair. Dear participants, we have the farewell tea that would be served right after this, these group photos. So I would request you all to please take the farewell tea after this session closes.
I request the team of Directorate of Projects and Maintenance, Mr. Farhan Javed, and the team to line up for the group photo. And I also request the Registration Committee, the convener, Dr. Muhammad Kashif Durrani, and the team to please line up.
Next team.
Directorate of Projects and Maintenance, Mr. Farhan Javed and the entire team. The Registration Committee is requested to line up for the group photo. We appreciate the contributions of the different teams and committees in the successful conduct of the conference. I request the Registration Committee to line up for the group photo. Followed by this would be the Stage Coordination Committee, the convener, Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad and the team. And I request Dr. Muhammad Jawad Iqbal, convener, Hall Management team, to please line up for a group photo.
As we are in the team, so we are coming down.
Mr. Nadeem Chaudhary, along with his team, Press and Electronic Media Committee. Mr. Nadeem Chaudhary and the entire team. Next, I request Mr. Faraz Alam with his team to please line up. Advertisement, Printing, Website and Social Media Committee.
I request all the participants to maintain discipline and come forward for the group photos.
Mr. Faraz Alam and the team, please line up for the group photo. From Advertisement, Printing, Website and Social Media Committee. I also request the Social Media Unit, Mr. Muhammad Umar, along with his team, to line up for the group photo. Mr. Faraz Alam and the team. Advertisement, Printing, Website and Social Media Committee. I now request the Social Media Unit to come forward for a group photo. The convener, Mr. Muhammad Umar, along with his team. Also, I request the Minhaj TV team to please line up. Mr. Ehsan Irshad, along with his team. Social Media Unit, Mr. Muhammad Umar, along with his team members. Minhaj TV, Mr. Ehsan Irshad and the team. I also invite the Guest Invitation and Protocol Committee, Mr. Shehzad Rasool, along with his team, to please line up for a group photo. Guest Invitation and Protocol Committee, Mr. Shehzad Rasool and the team. I also request Dr. Muhammad Tayyab, along with his team, from Reception and Protocol Committee to come forward for a group photo. Dr. Muhammad Tayyab and the team, Reception and Protocol Committee. I request the Visa Facilitation Committee to please line up Mr. Suhail Ahmed Raza along with his team members. I request the IT Technical Support Committee, Mr. Mohtashim and the team, to please line up for the photograph. Mr. Mohtashim and his team, IT Technical Support Committee, Mr. Shafqat Rasool and the entire team, Conference Kit Compilation Committee, please line up for the photograph. The convener, Mr. Shafqat Rasool, along with his team. The entire Department of International Center for Research in Islamic Economics and School of Islamic Economics, Banking and Finance, please line up for a group photo. Next, I request Madam Amara Maqsood Qadri, Secretary Seekers Club, along with the ushers to please line up for a group photo. Ms. Amara Maqsood Qadri, along with the ushers, please line up for the group photo. We appreciate the sincere efforts of all the teams, conveners, and the committee members for the successful conduct of the conference. The entire team of Seekers Club, Madam Amara Maqsood Qadri, and the ushers. Madam Amara Maqsood Qadri, Secretary Seekers Club, along with the ushers for a memorable group photograph. And now I request the members of the Office of the Registrar to please line up for a group photo. The entire team of Office of the Registrar, Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad and the entire team. The entire team, Office of the Registrar, to please line up for a memorable group photo. The Registrar, Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad and the entire team. Congratulations on the successful conduct of the 9th conference. And now I request the members of the Conference Secretariat to please line up for a group photo. Major Salman Jahangir Sahab, Mr. Farhan Javed Sahab, Dr. Tayyab Sahab, the Treasurer Abdur Rahman Malik Sahab to please line up for a group photo. Conference Secretariat. On behalf of Minhaj University Lahore, I thank all the esteemed speakers, participants, and guests for the invaluable contributions.
On behalf of Minhaj University Lahore, I thank all the speakers, participants, and guests for their invaluable contributions. Thank you and safe travels. Following this, we cordially invite you to join us at the farewell tea that is being served outside the marquees. This is an important announcement for the tea.